have fun, get to know the person to your left and your right. Um, the resource tables out there. We got a wonderful host with Dr. Williams from Prince George's Community College. Some great dignitaries in here. I ain't gonna put them on blast yet. Some great speakers. And I just wanted to be thankful for this time. So in the next minute or two, I'm gonna bring our introduction MC out, Waldo 267, and we're gonna get the day rolling, all right? But for now, definitely get to know the person to your left and your right. As I look in the crowd, I know the right people in the room, so let's get it. Can y'all hear that soft music? All right, just checking, because I thought I couldn't hear it. But God bless you. I'll see you in a minute. Hey, Tamika.
I don't like that. Too many people looking at me. I think we're dead.
All right, I'm back. For those who were not here on my other soft introduction, I'm going to do one more, and then we're officially starting. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the first ever Returning Citizens Affairs Division, Returning Citizen Summit. My name is B.J. Page. I am the Returning Citizen Liaison for Prince George's County. So first, I want to thank you for being here, because that means that somebody that you know, if it's not yourself, has been affected by somebody coming home from behind them walls. Today we're going to have a lot of information, a lot of people, a lot of special guests. The most important thing I want you to do is remember that now we have an ecosystem in place of one location for every person that's coming home to Prince George's County, and that's what we're going to talk about today. Get to know the person to your left and your right. Ask questions. This ain't no school setting. Nobody is smarter than thou. And thank you. If nobody told you today, I love you and I appreciate you. I see some wonderful faces. And as people come in, try to make them sit in the middle. So without further ado, I am going to introduce to some my man, a great leader in the space of advocacy for the reentry population. He has a heck of a story. I've been following him for a long time. He's always dropping gems. And I ain't going to take too much of his time. I'm going to let him get it. If y'all can't give it up, clap it up for my man, Wallow 267.
How y'all doing this morning? No, y'all got to make more noise, Prince George. How y'all doing this morning? It's a blessing to be here. This is just RCAD, but they got going on in Prince George County. It's a blessing for those coming out and returning after them long prison stints and all that, man. It's just truly a blessing that y'all finally got real resources. Definitely tap into these resources that y'all got here, because a lot of brothers came home, they didn't have these resources, and they wound up right back in the cell. But I'm going to get a little bit into my story. My name is Wallow. I'm from Philly. June 30th, 1990, I was 11 years old. I got arrested for armed robbery in Philadelphia County. I went on to spend 5 years in the juvenile system. By the time I turned 17, I was in the courtroom getting 19 and a half to 52-year sentence for 2 armed robberies and 2 firearm violations. They certified me as an adult. Most of my time on this planet, I've been inside of a cell. I'm 43 years old, and for the first time in my life, I've been out of jail longer than a year since I was 11. This time I've been out of jail 6 years, the longest I've ever been in my life. I've been taking advantage of the opportunities of technology and this new life that we have here. But the issue is that a lot of our brothers and sisters come home and it's just hard for them. That's why the family members got to be extremely supportive and got to be patient as possible. When you're inside a prison, you tap into another zone. Me, one of the things that helped me when I was in prison, I had to go insane in order to stay sane. Because in there it's like a psychological roller coaster. And sometimes when your family come home, you be saying to yourself, I don't know them. You know, they don't know you. And you just don't understand what somebody is going through that's sat in the cell for so many years. You know, I know sometimes we normalize prison and we just normalize the struggle like it's cool, but it's not. So to even have things like this, the systems that they put into place to help people and cater to their re-entry to society is everything. Since I've been home, I was able to really utilize social media and technology to go to another level. I didn't have no support system in Philadelphia. It wasn't no organizations that help people that came home. You just had to figure it out yourself. And that's probably why so many people go back so quick. You know, you got people suffering from drug addiction, mental illness. It's all type of things that's going on. Me, I was able to take the cell phone, share my message, share my story, let the young cats know in the streets that it costs too much to be a criminal. I wanted to let them, learn from my life, so I share my life so they won't have to live my life. But what's going on today here is just beautiful for me. To be able to know that as brothers and sisters that probably wouldn't even had a shot coming out of here, that probably wouldn't even had the resources, whether substance abuse, whether employment, whether mental illness, is serious in our community. And it's a bunch of our people that's locked away, but they all gonna be coming home. And it's like, what support do we have for them? Now y'all got some serious support. And I'm thankful to Prince George County for being an example for the country to show that, listen, man, we got to support the people that's coming back. We can't just throw them away and expect that they're going to know how to put it together when they come back, because a lot of people don't know. I'm just thankful that I'm one of the people that was ever to fortify my mind when I was in prison to be able to come back out here and have a chance with a clear mind. Since I've been home, I came home February 18, 2017. Since I've been home, I did a lot. 3-time TED Talk speaker. I'm the cultural advisor at YouTube. I got a #1 music podcast. I speak all around the world, consulting. I do a marketing consulting. I do all types of stuff. And I just created this with my phone. When I was in prison, I got my hands on a legal phone, and I started teaching myself in prison. And when I seen the phone, it was like, wow. One of my homeboys, he came to my cell with a phone one day. He's like, look at this. And it was like, you've been in jail for decades, and you looking at this technology, and you saying to yourself, I just couldn't believe it. And I couldn't believe the opportunities, but what it let me know when I first got that technology in jail, that a lot of people go to prison, they do these long times. And I think a lot of family members and people on the outside don't understand, when people go to prison, the only thing they know is when they first went in. So they be stuck in a time capsule, and they be lost. And then you put somebody in prison for 10, 15 years, and they got to walk out here and figure it out. So the support, that's going on in Prince George County, to be able to have that landing strip to come home to and have the resources, because you just don't know, because everybody's not going to be blessed to get technology in prison like I did. They're not going to be having to have access to a phone call illegally and be able to take that cell phone and do research to see what the possibilities are after prisons. And that phone and that cell helped me come alive and helped me get a jump start and helped me do the proper research that I needed to bounce back when I get out this joint. But like some of y'all family members, they come home, they see a phone, they don't know what's going on. Think about how many family members y'all had come home, they touch that phone, they think it's a robot or a computer, they get scared of it and start talking to them and stuff. They're like, they went to jail when they had beepers. So I just think like this technology really changed the game for me. I was able to take it, put my messages out there, build an audience, and turn it into a business. Since I've been home, man, I never imagined the opportunities that will be out here for us when we put our mind to it. Some of us is operated in the street culture. I'm talking about some geniuses. Because the thing that we had to do in order to rather be a drug dealer, just the operations of the street culture, that whole mindset, you got to think of a lot of stuff to be able to navigate through that every day, basically to keep your life every day. So to be able to come out here and now have this technology and take advantage of that, it's just like the possibilities is endless. I'm talking about endless. With a phone, you can shoot a movie, you can record music, you can create art, you can do graphics, you can set up anything with a phone. And I think it's just a blessing that we have this technology and to be able to come home. But I want to tell y'all something this. For y'all that have family members coming home from prison, I need y'all to be patient with them. I need y'all to understand that the things that we see when we're in prison, the things that we go through when we're in prison, is traumatizing. And I done seen a lot of brothers, they mentally gone and they ain't gonna come back. Because of what you gotta deal with every day of just surviving in prison, keeping your life in prison, keeping your sanity in prison. Rather you seeing people get raped, rather you seeing people get stabbed. And it been times where as though me, like I tell you, I had to go insane in order to stay sane, where I had to condition myself that when I'm walking in the yard and I might see somebody stabbing somebody till their arm get tired, I got to be convinced that that's normal activity and say to myself, damn, he must have did something wrong. I can't even look at it from a human perspective, because if I do and I don't shield my mind, I might go crazy. So this is the type of stuff that we're going through just to make it every day in prison. And then you got to come back home and you got to deprogram yourself in order to reprogram yourself just to be able to deal with everyday common stuff. So a lot of y'all family members going to come home and they might be a little distant, even though y'all might still be in the same house, because they trying to figure it out. So family members, y'all got to be extremely patient. And I need y'all to know one important thing. You know, I was 17 and I went to prison, and they certified me as an adult. And that wasn't the scariest day of my time in prison. The most scariest day for somebody in prison is the day you come home. That's the most scariest day, when you come home, because now you got to become everything you told your mom, your grandmom, your sister, your baby mom, your cousin, your brother. Everything that you said, you got to become that now. Now you got to be that. That's scary. All the letters you wrote, all the phone calls, all the conversations you had, talking about the new person that you was, the new brand that you are. You ain't gonna do this, you ain't gonna do that. Now you got to come home and you got to figure it out. Now you got to stand on that, and that's scary. That's not easy, because now you got to see the homies. And could you let that go? Let yesterday go. Let the homies go that left you in the joint, because you know when you go to the joint, all you got is grandma. No, I'm just being real. Nobody talk about that. See, I'm ever to speak from that perspective. All you got is grandma sending you the money for commissary, the TV, all that stuff. You know, depends on what state, whether you're in the state or the Fed. Grandma holds you down. The homies gone. The homies don't even stop by to get grandma some groceries. You know, and some of us we go back to that same mentality because that's all we know. And that's why a lot of us return. And it's not just about, I'm going to say straight up, it's not just about the lack of resources why I return. I talk to guys in halfway houses and prisons all around the country, and I let them know from the rip. And I know some of y'all understand this with y'all family members. We got to kill the slick stuff. That'd be the number one reason most people go back to prison. They can't let the slick go. You're telling your mom, you're telling your grandma, you ain't, stop playing games. You ain't go sign no applications. You ain't go check out no jobs, man. You was on the block with Boo Boo and Pookie all day, man. Stop playing games, man. The only reason I won, the only reason I was able to come out here and make millions and pay millions in taxes, create businesses and do what I do, is because I let the BS go, man. I let the BS go. And until we do that, some of our family members, they're at the point of no return, man. They got the case of the slicks and they ain't gonna let it go. And if, you know, hopefully some family members can identify that and be able to say, you know what, man, you know, when you get it right, maybe we could do something for you. And sometimes you got to be able to cut the water off. You want to keep running back and forth in the joint and all this playing these. Come on, man. For you to be, and then there's a certain age. I understand the youngins. But once you get up into the career criminal status, once you're adult, you in your 30s. Come on, man. Come on, Jim. Come on, Slick. Come on, man. You know better. You in your 30s. You still running back and forth to the joint. You got to cut the water off. I don't care if it's your brother, sister. No. You got to let them feel it. All that scenic commissary money going to visit them, they got to feel it, man, because it become comfortable. Because when you playing this institutional game, you know, it be so, you normalize the cell. You normalize bitten. You normalize commissary. You normalize the prison yard, the weight pad. It become normal to you. You don't even feel it. You damn, I'm going to go ahead. You know, because when I was young and I was getting arrested, I already had my whole program. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to beg mercy for the judge. I'm going to plead guilty, get this little sentence. I'll be back on the streets again, quick. You know, I remember I was young. I learned the game young. I remember I got locked up when I was 11. So by the time I was 13, 15, I was a seasoned criminal up in the game. I knew how to play the court system. I come right in there, get me a good public defender. I knew what public defenders to get. Tell what's the name to get with me. As soon as I get to the holding cage or the youth study center, I need to get with so-and-so. Tell the Lord, I need, please, can I get him? Go right there, beg the mercy of the court. Your Honor, I don't want to waste the taxpayers' money. I knew the whole spiel. Get a little light sentence. I'll be back out there with my BS about 9 months, a year. And y'all see it with y'all family members. So a lot of y'all got to be straight up and have a real conversation with y'all family members too when they come home. Straight up. And this might be some returning citizens in here. If you want it, listen, cut the bullshit if you got any slick stuff going on, man. Straight up. There's too much life out here. And we living in a time where it's unbelievable opportunities. They gave us a satellite. We walking around with a satellite in our pocket. We didn't have that back in the 80s and 90s. Once you get to a certain age, you're supposed to be able to take advantage of this technology. Everything we did back in the day was manual. You couldn't fill out an application on your phone. A lot of y'all got sisters and girlfriends. You know they give you the game. The women give you the game of life when you get out here. They put that infrastructure around you, help you with your credit, help you fill out them applications, help you get the resume. Stop playing games like you ain't got no resources. A lot of us been had resources. Thankful we got what they doing here in Prince George County. That's added to it, but we've been had resources in our family. The media will make it think like all black people just out here on some bullshit in the streets. That's BS. Majority of our family members are law-abiding citizens that got great jobs. I'm talking about they're professionals. But we never tap into them because when we hit the streets a lot of time, our family be the streets. Our family be the homies. Our family be the game. The game is a game and we always lose. I remember my homeboy mom said something one day. We was running in the house. I came home from jail one time. And she said, Wally, she said, you ain't get it, baby? I said, what you mean? She said, you don't know how to do wrong right. When you gonna start doing right? You know grandma and older women will lay something on you. It don't really catch it till you in the cell somewhere and you realize it. After you make that phone call, you find out your homie got your girl pregnant. Then the reality hit. You see what I'm saying? Or your home, you got the police in here. I bet you, listen, I'm gonna tell you some real stuff. And like I tell these dudes, right now it costs too much. This the wrong era to be a criminal. You know what I mean? They'll tell you, everybody telling. Everybody telling, and if they don't tell you, them Ring cameras are telling you. They got cameras everywhere. This whole country is a camera. Most of their information, they could pull somebody's whole life off Instagram. I always tell the young boys, what'd you delete the picture for, man? You shouldn't have put the picture up there with that semi-automatic. They deleting the picture. All y'all got to do is subpoena Instagram, get everything they deleted. What we doing, nephew? What's up, Neff? I'm trying to figure out what you're doing. Like I always tell the youngest, man, listen, man, these people going to put you somewhere and they're going to give you enough time to lifestyle. Because now they don't play with the time. Some of us got breaks. We got breaks getting 15 and 10. They giving these young boys 75. And you got to see them. You got to see these youngins when they hit the penitentiary yard. Because you know the game, especially the older cats that been in there. The girls you grew up with, the homeboys, their sons start to come to prison. And when they hit they say, Mike up there, get with Mike, he going to look out for you. You walk with their son. You remember them when they was a baby. Man, what type of time you got? I remember one young blood, he had all the tattoos on his face, you know. He hit the prison yard, he come see me. I made sure he was cool, me and the homies. I said, meet me over the law library, man. Let me see you. I got my man, he gonna help you what's going on. He get over there, ask me, yeah, man, give me his paperwork. He said, well, man, when I get out of here, how they do this thing with parole and all that? We look at his paperwork. We like, youngin', man. You don't go home to October 2057, man. You get comfortable, man. What you mean? No, my lawyer said, you ain't even understand what was going on, man. All because you wanted to operate a pistol, you know, somewhere where they had some gentrification going on. They was building some new houses. You was messing up the property value out there shooting guns, Neff. These people will warehouse you, man. They will put you up and they will forget about you. And your homie going to tell on you. Most of the dudes come through, their homies told on them. The same when they grew up, the same when their mom had staying in the house as they was kids and used to play together. So as a community, we just got to really start looking at for the people that come that really want to do something, support them. The people that's on their bullshit, let them be on their bullshit, man. We got to stop playing games as black people with each other. We keep catering, this, that. Man, stop all that white man. I don't even tap into that no more, man. We know better. You know right from wrong. The white man, the system, man, you know the system. We grown adults, man. We know what they got waiting for us. So what we got to start doing is really being realistic with our family members and our community and stop BSing. Stop playing games. Stop holding everybody, oh yeah, I understand. Come on, man. Stop playing victim, man. Now we're in a situation where the victimizer become the victim. Think about that. Listen, man, we black, we live in America, man. We know what happened yesterday. But what's going to happen today and what's going to happen tomorrow? What you going to do with your life? Huh? That's the reality. You're talking to a self-made millionaire right here, man. I spent 20 years in prison, 5 years in a juvenile facility. That's 25 years incarcerated. And I've never been off of paper since I was 11, and I'm out here getting it. You know why? Because I was accountable. I'm accountable. And I ain't got no, only complaints I got is Uncle Sam. But I make sure I'm in compliance with him, because I don't want no trouble. That's the only, that's a real problem for me, that I got to give up all that paper. But it costs to be the boss. But the reality is, I'm big on, anybody see my work, I'm big on accountability. The police wasn't chasing me in Philadelphia County. I was chasing the police when I was doing dumb shit. Because the police, you know how y'all want to chill in the office. Y'all want to eat y'all donuts and drink y'all coffee. Talk about the game last night. They ain't worrying about you, man. They ain't worrying about you. You start operating them pistols, pushing them drugs, doing all the dumb shit. You got the come get me sign. Come get me. Come on, man. I need a vacation. I need a vacation. Come on, give me an apartment. I need an apartment. I need a good menu. You know how the game go. So we got to start being real with our family members and our loved ones and the people in our community and stop playing games. It's unbelievable resources out here. It's unbelievable jobs. The information that we got now, a brother could come home from prison, and once you come home, you get your driver's license. If you ain't got your birth certificate, Social Security, you can get that. Some of these prisons, they helping you get that before you come home. I know the state of Pennsylvania, all you have to do is fill the paperwork out. They get your Social Security card, your birth certificate, and you go down the ID room, take your picture so you get your state ID. So when you're walking out the joint, you already got your identification. If your license was suspended during the time of the bit you had tickets, they help you clean that up. So everything is about, what do they want personally? What a person want personally? You got to ask them that. So when you communicating with your family members and they in a joint, y'all got to start asking real questions. Stop that fake talk. How you doing? The commissary money talk. Start asking them what they doing. Do they got their identification? What's their plans? What research they done? Because I'm going to tell you something. You got to make your mind up what prison going to be for you. Because prison, just like the streets, is damn near more drugs in prison like the streets. So you got to figure out, you really got to figure out what you're going to do. It came to my time, because I'm going to be straight up with you. I was a guy that grew up, and I was in a street culture. But the only reason I was in a street culture, I'm going to get this to y'all black people, and we got to pay attention to this. Because when I grew up in the 80s in the ghettos of America, I was told, and I was told by the elders in my community, the most beautiful women in my community, the adults in my community, the person that get the most respect in the black community is the drug dealer. The drug dealer get more respect than the plumber, than the construction worker, than Mr. Sam with the corner store. And I'm going to tell you why. This is what happened to me. I used to sit on Nanny's steps. God bless my grandma, 89. She been telling me for years, Wallace, you know, I hope I'll be living to see you get it right. And I got it right, and she's still here. That's a blessing, thank God. But I'm going to say this. I used to sit on Nanny's step, and this is what I seen. And I'm going to tell you about the education that take place in our community that sometimes trumps the parent, trumps the teacher. I would sit on the step, and when the guy used to pull up in that Mercedes-Benz with the gold chains around his neck, pull up with the Mercedes-Benz, the gold chains around his neck, I'm talking about the whole layout. He got the pinky ring, the diamonds shining. He coming to get the most beautifulest girl in your neighborhood. But that's not just what I paid attention to. I seen that as he getting out the car, he going to the house, opening the door for her. I looked at how Miss Johnson, Miss Brown, Miss Green, Miss Lois looked at him with admiration, the way they looked at him. They looked at him with respect. I ain't never seen him look at Mr. Brown that come home from work with the dirty plumbing stuff on like that. I ain't never say, hey, they say, hey, baby, look at you with your nice car looking all good. That's what they say to the drug dealer. They never said that to Mr. Kareem that was working at the docks. They never said that to Mr. Phil, you know, that was the handyman around there, but they don't pay him no attention. They only call him when the pipes or something wrong in the crib. So I looked at that and I seen how the whole community and black America respected the drug dealer. I needed to be that. I said, I got to grow up and be a criminal, man. They only respect it. And think about this. America only respects the successful criminal. They love the successful criminal. Think about this. I was in a room one time. I was speaking to some judges, some attorneys, and some police captains. And I put the fix on them. I said, damn, raise your hand if any of these movies your favorite movies, because I like watching movies. I said, Godfather. I said, Scarface. You should have seen how they raised their hand. We love the successful criminal in America. We glorify the successful criminal in America. We don't know how to, how can I say? I guess because America was built on crime, we love the successful criminal so much. We don't, you know, we don't even, it's so messed up that the kids, they don't even grow up and say, I want to be a police officer. I want to protect my community. We don't even do that. We look at them like they're the enemy. But let something happen to grandmom or your mom or something, you want to make sure they protect them. That's the only time we fuck with the police. And then everybody always get up here, everybody quick to tell me, oh, the police, defund the police, all this shit. Every time something happens, why you don't being up raised when Poo-Poo killed Kareem? Why you ain't snapping in? And then y'all want to defund, how are we going to defund the protection of the community? Think about that. But nobody want to sign up for the police academy. That's corny to be a cop, huh? We got to really reprogram ourselves, black people in America. We always fake concern when something happens on social media, but you ain't concerned when stuff go down in your community. When Boo Boo and Black shooting on the block and the little princess get killed, ain't nobody got no outcries then. Ain't nobody got nothing to say. Everybody quiet. Soon as some shit happen that's popular on Instagram, oh my God, everybody jumping on it. Now they want to march. Shut up. Stop playing games. Stop the bullshit. Like, we really got to stop that BS, man. Because I'm going to be straight up with you. There's a certain mindset, and it's us that know, the black folk that know, and the black folk that don't know. We ain't got that much time. I'm going to be straight up. Think about this. I'm 43 years old. I'll be 44 in June. Think about this. Hopefully I got 3 more decades left, maybe 2. But that whole mindset of family, that whole mindset of black love, that whole mindset of community, that's dying out. And we ain't got too many years. That whole generation of people that think like that, we ain't got too many years left. Because we live in a time now, all right, sister, we live in a time now, I got to get this off, sister. You ain't got too many of me in this country, sister. You got to, and I ain't saying you, whoever sent that. Y'all better get this work, because you ain't too many wild-os around that's going to tell you like it is, and that's really doing it. But I'm going to say this. There's not too much time left on our side. We live in a time now where generation now is influencing generation yesterday. You got grown-ass adults emulating and reliving their second childhood and trying to be what these young people is doing. So to those that believe in yesterday, to those that's holding on to the standards, the outlook, the community, the black love, I love y'all. Keep pushing. Don't let it go. We're extraordinary people. It was a black woman named Harriet Tubman that got us up out of there. We built pyramids with no cranes. We're extraordinary. Don't never give up on our blackness. Don't never give up on the life. Don't never give up on our creativity. Don't never give up on who we could be, where we could go, and what we could create. But we got to love each other more. We got to speak to each other more. We got to care for each other more. We got to push each other more. I love y'all, black people. Thank y'all for having me.
Can y'all hear me? There we go. Y'all give it up again for Wallow. My name is Autumn Joy Live. I am a media personality. I'm sure some of you have seen me on television and seen me around. I was born and raised in Prince George's County, Maryland, right here. And before I get into everything that I'm supposed to say, I wanted to quickly share a story and let you know why the Returning Citizen Summit is near and dear to my heart. So I grew up, there's 7 of us, 5 children and my mom and dad. We grew up in Cheltenham, Maryland. Y'all know about Cheltenham, right? Like, we moved out there when it was like 4 houses. So my dad worked for Metro. He retired eventually. My mom was a stay-at-home mom. So we had a pretty decent life. You know, we didn't want for anything. And the 4 of us, my 2 older brothers, me and my sister, we went off to college. My youngest brother, he struggled some, if you will. He struggled to the point to where he ended up going to prison. And that was the hardest 5 years of our life. We were introduced to a world that we hear about or you see on television, but we never in a million years thought that we would have to experience that. But because we're such a tight-knit family, we quickly gravitated around him to try to make sure that his time that he was locked up in Beckley, West Virginia, went as smoothly as possible, if you will. So my mom started a van ministries where she would allow other mothers that couldn't make it from, she would go into the city in D.C., grab those mothers, and they would go up those mountains to West Virginia, and she would help those mothers see their sons as well. And so the point of this story is when my brother finally came out, we were excited. We were trying to set him up with opportunities, and we did not know that there was a statistic that literally says that over 80% of young men that come home from prison, within that first year, they go right back in. So we had no idea. So we're trying to do everything that we can for him. But unfortunately, it was ingrained in him. He went in when he was 17 years old and came out when he was in his early 20s. So mentally, he was still there. So no matter what we tried to do to help him, it just didn't work. And so within that first year, he went right back to jail. And again, it felt like we were right back to square one. And it was hard for us because we didn't have any resources. We didn't know who to talk to. We didn't know who to reach out to. We didn't know what to do. All we knew how to do was pray and go visit and put money on his commissary. So again, this is very important. The Returning Citizen Summit is important because, people like Angela Also Brooks and shout out to my guy BJ, they are very passionate about this, and they're putting literally their money where their mouth is, if you will. They're really putting these programs together to help the returning citizens that come home here to Prince George's County and giving them hope, letting them know, hey, we are here to help you. You're not a throwaway person. We want to make sure that we give you those resources so that you don't end up like my brother, that you do have an opportunity. And now my brother is working on major motion picture films. He's working was in DC working on a Disney film. He does major projects for Netflix. He graduated from Howard University. Yeah. So he's doing very well now. But like I said, it was a struggle for us for a while. So I just wanted to share that story with you all, like I said, because this particular summit and this program is something that I do plan on working with closely and helping Angela Also Brooks and my guy BJ to continue to keep this flame going. Okay, so let me get to why I'm standing up here. All right. Welcome. Thank you for being here. The Returning Citizens Affairs Division from the Office of our County Executive coordinates, strategies, and monitors everything that embodies residents who are returning home from incarceration. Today's summit will have experts provide their viewpoint, experience, scope of services, and resources that will help our office focus on reducing recidivism and improve public safety by ensuring that our returning citizens have access to the necessary resources, support, and opportunities. There will be a host of subjects with a forum, panels, and have local and national speakers to address the barriers when coming back home to Prince George's County, or gorgeous Prince George's, how I like to call it. We have a few dignitaries that we would like to acknowledge. So when I call your name, you better stand up, okay? Don't be acting all shy. All right. So we do want to acknowledge Dr. Felicia D. Williams, president of Prince George's Community College. Hey, girl, hey. Walter Simmons, president of Employ Prince George's. Okay, Walter, hold on, Walter. Walter, didn't I ask you to stand up, Walter, so we could acknowledge you properly? You don't want to stand up? He was like, no. Oh, he stepped out. Oh, you put your hand up, sir. I thought that was Walter right there. You got me. Okay, well, Walter, he stepped out, so I'll acknowledge him when he comes back in. Carolyn Scruggs, the Maryland Secretary, Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services. Hey, I like that dress. Corinne Laby? LeBay, ooh, that's fancy. Corinne LeBay, Director of Prince George's Corrections. My girl, Aisha Brave Boy, Prince George's County State's Attorney. Oh, she's not here. She's here with us in spirit. Paul Monterio, Maryland Secretary, Department of Service and Civic Innovation. Hello, sir. Calvin Hawkins, Prince George's at-large County Council. Where's Calvin? Is he here? No, okay, okay. Chief Aziz. Hello, Chief Aziz. Hey. And John Carr. I see you, John Carr. Yo, get up, John Carr. That's my friend right there in real life. So thank you all so much for being here. We truly appreciate it. All right, so I also want to remind you that the expungement fair is going on, okay? So if you need to get expunged in any way, please step out and make sure you speak to those good folks over there. My girl Jade Mathis is here as well, so make sure you go out there and check that area out. Okay, so now I have the distinguished honor of introducing the Directors of Returning Citizens Affairs Division, Mike Williams.
Thanks, Autumn. Before I make my remarks, I would like to invite our hosts to come up and just say a few words of welcome. We are so honored to be here at the Community College today. This whole event has been a long time in the making, and it couldn't have been possible without the generous support of our community college. So please come and absolutely.
Thank you so much, Mike. Let me just say that it is indeed an honor to be able to greet you on today, and good morning. I am Dr. Felicia Williams, the president of the proud Prince George's Community College. Welcome to our Largo campus and to our Center for Performing Arts Grand Theater. In this inaugural Returning Citizens Summit, we are so very pleased to host this event and to partner with Prince George's County's new Returning Citizens Affairs Division. Thank you also for prioritizing this event, for making time. There's so many things that compete for our interest, but your presence here today tells me that you understand the significance of our citizenry, including our returning citizens. Our humanity, it is what connects us as people. Deep within us all, there is a living, breathing, dreaming person of great value without discrimination. The market inequities within the justice system here in the United States are well known, and they constitute a national crisis. Our country has one of the highest incarceration rates in the world, and people of color feel the brunt of its effects. We understand that we must not only grow in our knowledge and understanding of the systemic issues that cause these things to be proliferated, we must also begin to hold ourselves accountable for the solutions, the resources that we believe can mitigate the prominence of this in our society. We are still reminded today that individuals who are incarcerated are human beings. They're people just like us. They're individuals who clearly did not always make the best decisions. They're individuals who clearly got caught up. They're individuals who, like me and you, deserve not only a second chance, but another chance and another chance and another chance. So thank you today for embracing the fact that both accountability and compassion go hand in hand. Thank you for your commitment and for your support. The Returning Citizens Summit focuses on reducing recidivism by providing formerly incarcerated residents access to the resources, the support, and opportunities they need to succeed. Success is something that we know a little bit about here at Prince George's Community College. We put our students first, and we welcome every returning citizen that desires to put academic and career attainment as one of their goals, to be a part of our student population. Through education and training, the college changes lives, becomes another tool in their toolkit whereby they can become productive members of our society. Our core commitments as an institution are students first, achievement, continuous improvement, empathy, equity, and integrity. We dare our students, our faculty, and staff to not be average, but to be extraordinary. We dare to believe that human potential is something that is perpetually being realized, and it leads us to new heights every time we're able to constructively apply ourselves to the work. Helping individuals get back on track is a win for the individual, but it is a greater win for our society and our community. We believe that education, workforce training, is certainly a catalyst in that endeavor. Coretta Scott King once said, "The greatness of a community is most accurately measured by the compassionate actions of its members." We believe in that compassion, high standards, and high support, and we commend this new division for its belief in the same thing. The fact that we've convened means that collectively we are on the right track. Working together, we hope to find the best strategies, the best systems, the best support that will guide our returning citizens to happier, more productive, and constructive lives, recognizing we are intertwined in this journey. Their path is our path. So today, welcome to Prince George's Community College. And I pray that as you put your hand to the plow in the work, you will not let go. Thank you.
We have so many special people here, really who have been supportive of our work over the last 12 months. It's been 12 months since BJ and I started this, and so one of those people is a dear friend of the division, Director LeBay. If you wouldn't mind just giving a few short words. I know, I think BJ told you we were going to ask you to do this, but our work wouldn't be possible without the support from our local Department of Corrections. We need access to the men and women who are detained there. We need access to the services and the resources, because one of the things that we have continuously stressed is that the reentry process starts before the individual gets released. We can't wait till they get home and then try to figure out what to do with them. No, we need access early on, and we need access often. And so Director Bay and her team have been awesome. Guy Merritt there, you guys have been wonderful. We just appreciate it. I don't see Elizabeth, but if she's here, I just want to mention her as well. The team has been awesome. So if you yeah. I was going to let you off the hook. I'll let you off the hook, but I just can't. That did not. Oh, come on. Absolutely, appreciate you.
Good morning. I won't be before you long. As Director of the Prince George's County Department of Corrections, part of our mission is to provide opportunities to individuals detained at the facility so that they are equipped with the skills to be able to return as productive citizens to the community. At DOC, we welcome the county executive's vision to see the importance of creating the Reentry Citizens Affairs Division, because she recognized in order to have a healthy community, it must include the returning citizen. Because if one member of the community is sick, the whole community is sick. So we realize and we welcome the CEX's vision for the Returning Citizens Division and to be a part of its endeavors, and her desire to make our county, Prince George's, proud, because she realized the true commitment to restorative justice is to help the returning citizen. We have at our facility 93%, it's a pretrial facility, and 86.5% of those are Maryland and declare they're Maryland residents. And so we do know that they are going to be returning back to our community, and we rather have them whole, and in order for the community to be safe, we must support them, and that begins from the entrance as well as to the exit. So we cannot stress enough the importance of this. We welcome this summit. We look forward to it. We look forward to continuing the partnership and all, and when I say to you all, God bless.
All right, and finally, there's another partner among the many who, without whose support, we wouldn't be able to do this. A few months ago, we hosted the first ever virtual resource fair for men and women who were detained in Maryland, the Maryland Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services. And that was under the leadership of the previous secretary, but was fully supported by the current and newly appointed secretary, who I'm so excited to have with us today. And she has been just awesome, so supportive from the first time we met her until now. Secretary Scruggs, would you please come up and give a few brief remarks?
Good morning. I know you can do better than that. Good morning. All right. Thank you again, and it's an honor to be here. I am just elated to be involved with the Returning Citizens Summit. BJ and Mike and his team do an extraordinary job. I want to thank Prince George's County for setting the foundation, because you are ahead of the game. I currently oversee 17,000 incarcerated men and women in the prisons in Maryland, and 90% of them are coming home. So I want to thank Wallow, because he gave it to you like it's supposed to be. There are opportunities that we need to start allowing my incarcerated returning citizens to embrace. We need to change the trajectory that is in our communities, and our communities need to understand that their future is not defined by their past, that we have to afford them opportunities. Governor Moore says, leave no one behind, and that means those persons that I watch on a daily basis. So please embrace opportunities for these men and women that we have coming back. Make sure that they know that they are loved, that they are part of the community, and that they can be successful. Thank you again, and have a great day.
So one of the things that I've been stressing since I took this position a year ago is that we can't do this work alone, that this work requires deep partnerships. I see my friend Martha Danner out there from the Maryland Department of Probation and Parole. It requires commitment from so many people. One of the people that we have who's been supportive of this effort before we even existed. I'm going to talk a little bit about how we came into existence shortly, but I did want to give Walter Simmons, who I think is in the back, just an opportunity to come up and say a few words of welcome. Walter, you back there? There he is, always on point.
Good morning. How's everybody doing? Got to wake up in here now a little bit, right? Like Michael said, my name is Walter Simmons. I serve as the executive director of the Prince George's County Workforce Development Board and the president and CEO of Employed Prince George's. And it's beautiful to see everybody in this room. You get to a point where you don't worry about who's not in the room, you worry about who is in the room, right? And so for today, I think we need to focus on who's in this room today. So I want to give all y'all a round of applause for being here, right? Because every time you do one of these events, there's a whole bunch of people on the list. And there's a whole lot of excuses of why what happened, what didn't happen, it was raining, blah, blah, blah. So you know, we don't have to worry about that. We're going to say bump it, right? But because this topic, right, is very important. But it's not about social services and helping. I hate when people talk about returning citizens as so we're going to give somebody something. No, we're not doing that. This is empowerment, right? This is opportunity. This is equity, right? A decision that you make at one point in time shouldn't affect you for the rest of your life, right? We also have to talk about, we really just have to tuck our egos. We really have to tuck what we want to appear that we think we're doing or this and that, because we know that minorities in the black community are a heavily incarcerated population. Right? So with a majority minority district, we can't walk around and tiptoe on the subject of returning citizens. Black people, especially black men and women, are heavily incarcerated in the state of Maryland and across the country. Right? So either we're going to act like it's not here and act like we don't have a person in our family, act like we don't have somebody we knew, somebody we grew up with, and just think that something is going to change without action. We're just being fake. Right? And so that's why I appreciate all of our county government elected officials, our leaders, because especially those that are here today, right? So this is what this is about. You know, the reason why this is important, I know BJ and Mike said you got 2 minutes, so I'm gonna close it out, right? But you know, and Employed Prince George's has a table. We got a great team, great people out here. You can see them, you know, but I really want to talk about how do we get here for a quick second. In 2017, we tried to have our first Prince George's County Reentry Month, and at the time there was a question of could we put the county name on the reentry event, right? Let's just talk facts. Some of y'all were here. I saw Lamont walk in early, I don't know where he's at now, right? Some of y'all were here. So that first flyer, Jeffrey Swilly, there wasn't a Prince George's County government name on that event, right? It was just reentry month. I guess we just some random jurisdiction, right? So you go from that in 17, right, but still having a bunch of caring people in the room to here we are today, the president of the college, right? Our state's attorney, the sheriff, police, right? Because now we have changed the culture of this county to say, let's stop acting and pretending, and we can be the majority is the wealthiest, but let's actually be real with some of our residents, some of our brothers, our sisters, our fathers, our mothers are, and let's be focused on the real and start talking about change. Because the definition of crazy is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different outcome. So this is the change, and that's what I said, I'm focused on who's here today and what we are going to do today and move forward, because that's the change. Because 6 years ago, we were scared to even have an event, right? And so when we started, we had our reentry month, we had a couple of groups, a couple of people, right? And now we have a returning citizen affairs division. And like several people have said, the first returning citizen affairs division, right? Something to stand up and be proud about, right? That is in the county executive's office, right? So kudos to Mike and BJ for doing this. Kudos for everybody here. But this is the first step. 6 years ago, we didn't even know if we could have an event. Now we have a division, a Prince George's County Reentry Month, a host of leaders, a host of staff that are focused on this, elected officials that are focused on this. So let's focus on where we're going, and let's be real. Lastly, we have to be honest with each other and accountable to each other, right? But also know that people make mistakes. And you know that we're new to this, right? This is the first time that we're doing this ecosystem moving forward. So there's going to be troubles in the road. Don't walk out somewhere and say, oh, no, don't go to them. This is not worth it, because you're ruining opportunities, right? Instead, call the county executive, call the state attorney, call me, DM, say, hey, I went to this place. It didn't work out. Thank you. We appreciate it. We're going to try to fix it. But when you walk away and you say Prince George's County doesn't have anything, Prince George's County doesn't have the services, don't go over there, there's somebody coming home that hears that, and then they're going to say there's no resources. All of these resources are here, so let's make sure that we focus on where we are today, who's in the room, where we're going, and how collectively as a community we can launch this. At 10 years from now, there's 2,000 people in this room. There's a number of job opportunities. There's employers, there's people getting here hired on the spot, right? And that not one point in time after today that we ever let our community slip back when we say, I don't know if we're going to put the county name on a reentry event. That's what's at stake, because easily these faces are going to change, right? But the culture of who we are is going to stay with us forever. I'm the president and CEO of Employed Prince George's. We operate reentry program pathways to success. We operate pathways to government, helping county residents, returning citizens, getting jobs in county government. I think we gotten 20 people hired so far since January, or working. They have start dates, right? We do return. We have American Job Center has a lawyer Monday through Thursday in our job center for expungements. So I'm not going. We here, we do those things. Some of y'all know Pete Goodson, Lawrence Barbour, Erica Simmons. That's what we do. But the message here is how do we make this the launching point for the future and make this a part of our culture. Thank you for everybody being here today. Thank you to all of you all, right, for the work that you're doing. Thank you to Michael and BJ. We appreciate you. Let's get better together, y'all.
so I would never say this under normal circumstances, but as the director of the division, I get to take some agency. And so we're off script now, and that's okay, because we have a very special guest who just walked in. Our state's attorney is awesome. Like, I don't know if you guys are aware of what she's doing in terms of supporting men and women who are preparing to come home, and the opportunities that she's given to our folks who are coming home to really turn their lives around. And so I would be remiss if I didn't, one, acknowledge her for coming in and thanking her personally for being here, but also giving her an opportunity to say a few words. If you're interested, if you're not, okay.
Thank you so much. Absolutely. Thank you. It is so wonderful to be here today. So first of all, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. You know, I met with a group of about 15 or so returning citizens, several of whom were juvenile lifers or who had committed very serious offenses as young people. And those were individuals who are now home because of the work of my office. And when I started doing the work of looking at people who had committed very serious crimes, but who had really been redeemed and reformed, it was tough because there was a lot of criticism. Why care about this person? They did this really bad thing. But when you look at the whole human being, you realize that oftentimes we are not our worst act, that I truly believe that redemption is real, and that I thought that the work of this unit was going to be so important and powerful and meaningful. And I can tell you, since I started as state's attorney, we have been able to help 40 individuals either get released or their sentences drastically reduced so that they can come home within the next year or two. That work was tough, but it was meaningful and it was purposeful. And every person who's come home, every person has not returned. Not one person has returned back to jail or prison. And so I thanked them. They were thanking me, but I thanked them not for proving me right, not for being examples of an idea that I had that I think worked, but really proving that God was right. Because my God is a God of second and third and fourth and fifth chances, and he took a chance on me and you and everyone in this room. So it is an honor and privilege to be the state's attorney, where I am holding people accountable, but also looking at that total person, and when they've served their time, when they have shown that they are bettering themselves and they're in a position to come home and rejoin our community safely, I have committed not to stand in their way. So thank you all so much for being on this side, where you can provide services, job opportunities, training opportunities, and also a lot of love and just in friendship. Because when you come from behind the wall, you wonder how people are going to feel about you. But if you have people who welcome you with open arms, it makes a difference. So I want to thank the county executive, thank our sheriff, our police chief, and all of you here today for welcoming our residents, our neighbors home. Thank you.
All right, so they're telling me I gave up my time, but it was worth it, because what I wanted to demonstrate there is that we aren't doing this alone. We aren't doing this in a vacuum. This is about the community, Prince George's County as a community coming together. And so what the division is doing is building up an ecosystem, and you'll hear that term throughout the day, an ecosystem that supports our men and women upon their return to our community. And it's our community, it's their community, and we want to make sure that we have all the supports in place. So what we've been doing over the last year is engaging with our faith-based community, our nonprofit community. We're starting to talk to businesses in the commercial sector to really figure out how we create a system that any man, any woman who comes home has access immediately to the resources that they need in order to be successful. And so this is like the culmination of our first year. I'm super excited. I don't see Ron Garrett in the room, but where is he? Raise your hand, Ron. I don't see you. There you go, over there in the corner. Ron Garrett is the director of our Bridge Center, which is the hub for reentry in Prince George's County. And so we are trying to build up and support the efforts there. The county executive has given us a small but significant budget, and we've been able to support. It's never enough, y'all. I don't care. She could give me $10 million. It's still going to be small because it's never going to be enough because the challenges are there, and we want to do so much for our men and women, right? I get proposals from developers, from nonprofit organizations, from faith-based members, pastors. People want to do work in this area, and it takes money. So I'm never going to say we got enough money. I'm going to say we got some money. It's a little bit, but we do the best we can with what we got, right? And so we've been supporting resources at the Bridge Center. We got an opportunity to support our Department of Corrections with this brand new Pocket app, and we're so excited about that, where the men and women get access to the resources they need before they get released on a tablet inside the institution. And so they can go in the institution, they can sign up for to participate in these different programs before they even come home. And so it was super exciting when the Department of Corrections asked if we could help support that effort, and we jumped on it, and we're so happy to be able to do that. I mentioned the virtual resource fair that we hosted with the Maryland Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services. These are the things that we're doing. This is how we're building this ecosystem, and we aren't doing it alone. We aren't just doing it with government officials. I'm a lifelong government employee. As I said, I'm a bureaucrat. I love being a bureaucrat. I love making things happen. But I understand that government can't do it all by itself, and that we absolutely need the support of our faith-based community, as well as our nonprofit community, as well as our business community. So it's super exciting to be here today. And I'm gonna get back on track now. I'll get off my soapbox, get back on track. My wife is here. She's supposed to be the timekeeper. She's giving me the look, like, come on, man, let's go. But after 30 years of marriage, she gets to do that. All right. So I want to introduce a super special speaker that we have. I got to find my introduction. She is a national expert on reentry. I'm going to let her tell her story. I have a long bio, but I'm sure she's going to tell you about the work she's doing. One of the super exciting things that she is beginning to do, she's looking at Prince George's County. She's from New York. She's looking at Prince George's County to bring her initiatives down here. But Dr. Topeka Sam is the CEO of Ladies of Hope Ministries and founder and president of Epic Financial Organization, and a whole host of organizations. I can't read them all. I don't want to read them because I want to give her time. And so I'm just going to ask Dr. Sam, Dr. Topeka Sam, if she'll come on out and give her remarks, and we'll continue with our program. Did they have to go get it? I can fill the space if we need to fill the space. How's everybody doing? Everybody feeling good? Everybody comfortable? All right. So we have refreshments throughout. Please stop and get refreshments. We have juices and waters and teas, and those of us who like coffee, we have coffee. Please help yourself. I see my friend Tasha Ward just came in. Good to see her as well. Somebody call me? Okay. We had over 600 people registered for this event today. And so I suspect it's a long day, and we recognize it's a long day.
If I was going down the same pathway that I was going in, who knows if I would even be alive to talk about it today. I am Dr. Topeka K. Sam, founder of the Ladies of Hope Ministries. I was engaged in an industry that kills people. Selling drugs, that was a selfish act. If I was going down the same pathway that I was going in, who knows if I would even be alive to talk about it today. I am Dr. Topeka K. Sam, founder of the Ladies of Hope Ministries. I shared some of my experiences when I was in the county jail. And really it was just poor, black, white, brown women, low levels of education, low access to opportunity. When I got to the federal prison, I'm incarcerated with doctors, lawyers, senators, judges. It was the same underlying issues, like early childhood trauma, sexual trauma, and violence. And it came to me in the middle of one night that I would start this organization, and it would be called the Ladies of Hope Ministries, and that I would do two things. One was to create platforms for women to be able to use their voice to tell their story. The other part of it was to create housing for women and girls, because all of the women that I met, irrespective of where they were from, were in fear of where would they go when they came home. Hope House is a safe housing space for women and girls who are coming home from any system, we say, of violence. So systems of incarceration, systems of domestic or intimate partner violence. So any sister connected in any way can come to Hope House. Here we have what we call the Hope Scale model, HOPE. H is for hope and healing. 2 is opportunity and optimism, which is where the training comes in. P is for our potential, and E is for empowerment and exit. And so now it's time to go. And so you get to that place when you feel empowered because you have the tools and things that you need in order to move on. And we do that because we know that you can't advocate for yourself or anyone else unless our basic human rights are met first. And what led me to do this work, led me through incarceration, and why Prince George's County, Maryland, for the work that I'm doing next. And so, native New Yorker, born and raised in New York, great background. 2-parent home, they were franchise business owners, they were restaurateurs, so they gave my brothers and myself every single experience that any person would want. We had the biggest house on the block with the pool in the backyard, and we were the only black family in our neighborhood. And so for me, you know, growing up as a black girl in an all-white community, when it was time for me to go to college, I chose an HBCU. And I chose Morgan State University in Baltimore. Yes, big up Morgan. I know we're close to the buoy right now, but still. And so when I got to Baltimore, it was, you know, another culture shock for me. You know, from being the only, you know, black girl in an all-white community to now being one of many. And so while I was super excited because this is what, you know, I wanted, you know, I was being treated different. And so people would say, you know, you talk like you're white, or, you know, you're pretty to be dark-skinned. And I'm like, you know, what does that mean? I mean, I'm pretty, but what's dark skin have to do with it, you know? And so, you know, I would call my parents and I would ask, and then they started teaching me about colorism and teaching me about all these things that I had no idea, but then I found myself just really trying to fit in. And so, you know, I started dating, and I would date guys who were from Baltimore City, and they would just be like, you know, where are you from? And while I said I grew up in Long Island, my parents always had a place in Harlem. So when they asked where I was from, I would just be like, I'm from Harlem. You know, because I want to be down. I mean, I didn't lie. I was there on the weekends for piano lessons, but still, I did go to Harlem. And so, you know, they would be like, oh, okay. And then they would tell me things like, oh, yeah, you from Harlem, what part? And I'd be like, you know, not knowing, just wherever. And then they would say, you know, well, you know, I come to Harlem to get my drugs. And they were like, we come to Amsterdam Avenue. And I'm like, oh, okay, I know where Amsterdam is, you know, da-da-da. And yeah, I knew where Amsterdam was because it's the block from Convent where my parents always had their places. I just never walked down the hill because I wasn't allowed. But it was just this idea of me trying to find a sense of connectedness, of belonging. And so this went on for years to where I was dating guys who were selling drugs, and eventually I thought that I was smarter and I can do it better because it looked like a business opportunity to me, coming from entrepreneur parents. And so I found myself selling drugs. And the first time I was arrested, I ended up getting a bail. And so I thought, well, you know, you have money, you can bail out, you have a lawyer, there's no problem, it goes away. And so I had this idea that you have money, the problem goes away. And so this went on for years, and then I stopped. You know, there's a middle story, and I only have 20 minutes, and I have a lot more to talk about. But I had received a call after 7 years. At this point, I was division chairperson for Amtrak for New York and D.C. I owned a business and wanted to open another business, and I received this call. And it was from the people I was dealing with when I was selling drugs. And I was like, well, because I never got in any trouble, you know, I trusted them for whatever that was, you know, and that I could just get this money real quick, make some connections, build another business, and then I was out. But it was a federal drug sting operation. And so now I find myself arrested and thrown into a county jail in Virginia. You're really good. So while I'm there, I'm thinking, like the other time, I would just bail out, right? No big deal. This is a sting operation. There was no drugs. I was set up. But the judge thought something different. So the judge was like, well, you're a drug queen-pin, a threat to society, no bail. And so now I realized I was going to be a part of this new community that I knew nothing about. And while my friends were telling me, like, don't talk to any of those people while you're there, you're nothing like them. And so I was isolating myself. Because I was a federal detainee in a county jail, I was kept separate from people who were in the county. So I was only able to come out of the cell to take a shower, to use a phone. I was locked in 21 to 23 hours a day for the first 11 months before I went to my sentencing. And I was able to come out for programming. And so it was GED, I didn't need that. It was religious courses, I did that. And then it was an NA and AA class. And so those were Narcotics Anonymous and Alcoholics Anonymous. And I went just for selfish reasons, right? I wanted to get out the cell. And I had this idea that people use drugs because they wanted to, that no matter what it was that I was involved in, I never used drugs personally. So this was my thought. And so I would go to the class and I would just listen to people talk, and I was just like, you know, people are making excuses. They should have known better. You know, nobody put the drugs in their hand, you know, in my own arrogance. And so one day I just asked the sister, like, why did you use drugs? And she said her father had been raping her, and he gave her heroin and told her to take the heroin so the pain would go away. And another sister said the only time she was able to spend time with her mother was when they smoked crack together. And it completely changed my life. And so, you know, I remember breaking down crying and asking them for forgiveness. And, you know, they said, well, you didn't get it from you. And I said, well, you never know. You know, I never saw the people who actually took the drugs. And so when it was time for me to, you know, decide if I was going to go to trial or to plead guilty, I decided to plead guilty because I was. Or I was going to trial in the Fourth Circuit of Richmond, Virginia, and I would have been facing 20 years as a mandatory minimum. And so I thought, I pled guilty, and maybe I was looking at 5 years. Again, it was jurisdictional entrapment. It was a drug conspiracy charge. There were no drugs, and I hadn't, you know, I've been out at this point for 7 years. But when I got to court, and after, you know, testimony, many letters of support, the judge was just like, well, you know what? You come from a fine family, you should have known better, and I'm gonna make an example out of you. So he ended up sentencing me to 130 months in federal prison. It's 10 years, 10 months. And so, you know, first I turned around to my family and I cried, obviously, because I couldn't believe, after calculating really what 130 months was, that it was 10 years and 10 months. And my mom grabbed my face and she said to me, well, if you weren't around the people you were around doing the things that you were doing, you would not be here. So get yourself together. So I said, all right, you know, she's right. And I dropped my tears and hugged my friends and my dad. I went in the back and cried again. But I realized at that point, you know, this was a new journey that I was on. I just asked God, like, whatever it is that you're wanting me to see, you know, please reveal it to me. And I always knew that I wouldn't have to do that time. It was just something that I felt that God was bringing me through to bring me through. And so when I got to federal prison, you know, it was much of the same, as you heard me speak in the video, that the women that I met in the federal prison, just, you know, higher socioeconomic backgrounds, higher levels of education, but everyone had the same underlying issues. So it was like 85% of all women who were incarcerated were mothers of dependent children. 90% of all women who are incarcerated have struggled with some type of mental health issue, whether it's anxiety or depression or something more. 95% of women who are incarcerated suffered from some type of early childhood trauma or sexual trauma and violence. And so as I started learning that these were the issues that drove women in prison, and also at this time it was an 800% increase of the incarceration rate of women in prison, that's even today. And also women are sentenced to life imprisonment at double the rate of men today. And so while I understand that I'm in a space with, people who understand, because a lot of us are people who have lived this experience, people really don't think about women and how the numbers are going up. And then when we come home, there are no resources. And so when I was there, God spoke to me and just, said I needed to create this organization. It would be called the Ladies of Hope Ministries, and it would do two things. One was to create platforms for women to be able to use their voice to share their experience, because I felt that if people heard the voices of women and saw our faces, that there should be no woman or girl in prison or jail. I felt that there are alternatives of incarceration and other ways that you can hold people accountable while healing them. And so then it was I needed to create housing, because no matter where I was, whether it was in the county jail or it was in that federal prison, that women were scared because they didn't know where they would go. It was either, they were divorced while they were incarcerated, so they would have to go to a shelter. They were incarcerated so long, and many of their family members passed away. They would go back to, sex work because they didn't know what else to do, or be subjected to substance misuse. And so while I had this idea and this plan that God gave me, I said, well, God, how am I going to do this? And I'm facing 9 more years, And so I decided that I was going to write a letter to the judge and file a motion requesting for early release. And my lawyer said, you're not above the law. You're going to do this time. And I said, well, God said that I need to do this. And he said, well, I don't know what kind of God you serve, but you go ahead and write your little letter, is what he said, and see what happens. So I wrote my little letter, and I sent it to the judge. And it was on March 5th, which is the day before my birthday of 2014. I got a response, and the judge cut my sentence in half from 130 months to 65 months. And then from there, they said I qualified for a drug program. And I'm like, well, I don't do drugs. Like, how did I qualify? They're like, well, this is the only program in the federal system that will give you a year off your sentence. I said, well, sign me up. Send me wherever I got to go. So I ended up going from Danbury, Connecticut to Greenville, Illinois. And when I got to Greenville, it was different, because now I'm in, Central or Midwest in America. And in there, I'm meeting women who were, Native, indigenous women, and learning about the things that happen on reservations around a lot of intimate partner and domestic violence. And then about methamphetamine and all these other drugs that I never even heard of, and seeing girls who were like 18, 19, and their entire mouth was a false teeth because of the drugs and how it ate their mouths alive. And I was like, okay, I did the program, and it was a cognitive behavioral therapy program, and I did learn a lot. And from there, I said, all right, well, I still had time left on my sentence, so what was I going to do? And as God would have it, another law passed. I received 15 months off my sentence, and I was told I was going home in 2 weeks. And so, yeah, look at God. And so I was released from prison on May 5th, 2015, opposed to September 30th, 2021. And I knew that when I was released from prison that I needed to do exactly what God had told me to do, because if I was given so much favor, that there was a plan that God had for my life, right? And so I was released, and I hit the ground running. I went back to school, I went to Columbia and did 2 fellowships, really trying to understand more about criminal justice and what was really happening in the country for both men and women. And then I started organizing other formerly incarcerated women around the country so that we can talk about our experiences, because people didn't know. And so I ended up doing 11 panels called Real Women, Real Voices, with women both inside of prison and out of prison. I'm at 11 different law schools, from NYU. We started at Columbia University, but NYU, UW, American here, Harvard, Yale, everywhere, and we were talking just about our experiences, and more people started listening. And then I finally said, well, I think it was time for me to start my organization. And so I started my organization in 2017, the Ladies of Hope Ministries, and we started with our first house in the Bronx. And so while that was exciting for me, because I moved into a community that was a community of color, that while people were, this is great what you're doing, they're like, not in our backyard. And so there was this whole kind of, it felt like a witch hunt, but it was a protest. Like we went to the community board and people had signs, even the elected officials there had signs that said, no hope for Hope House. Yeah, I have a video. Look, I got receipts. And it was the worst experience because I'm like, wow, we're going into a community that looks like us, but they don't want people here. And I'll never forget inviting people in the house after and having a conversation with one of the neighbors, the women. And I said, well, how many in the room are impacted by incarceration? And, most of them raised their hand. And I said, well, then, to the one woman, I said, well, who in your family is impacted? And she said, my boyfriend, he's in prison. And I said, when he comes home, where's he coming? She was like, well, he's coming home to me. I said, okay, so what's the problem with a house of women living across the street from you? Well, I don't want him going to talk to any of those women. I said, well, maybe you should check your man. Who's to say any of us want him, Just because we went to prison, we want to, So, we went through that entire experience. And, just to fast forward, today we have, the organization has grown tremendously. It's been 5 years. We in 34 states around the country and also in Bogota, Colombia, and Trinidad. We have houses in the Bronx. Thank you. Thank you. New Orleans, Louisiana, in Prince George's County, which will open shortly next month. So we're happy about that. And also in Trinidad. We have 6 other programs. We combat food insecurity. We do hydroponics farming. We have a workforce development program. We've partnered with Google to get digital skills training out to the community. We also do that in Miami. We have a Faces of Women in Prison program, which is a global speakers bureau where we train women how to use their voice to share their lived experience but get paid as public speakers because it's important that we're valued for our stories. We also do policy work. We have an Epic Ambassadors program where we train women on the legislative process and to be also registered as lobbyists. We have right now 18 women in states around the country. Maryland is one of them, who is a registered lobbyist. And we've passed over 20 pieces of legislation nationally, changing conditions of confinement for women so that they're more humane. Yes, thank you. And while I've gotten my 5-minute mark, so I'm going to make this quick. As I've said, I went into my 5-year with the organization, but last year was my 7 years of freedom. And so for me, I'm a numbers person too. 7 signified God's perfect number. And for 8, which makes next Friday, May 5th, is my 8-year anniversary, it is new beginnings. And so for me, in my new beginning, in my transition in my life, I've thought about what is next for me. Well, I've created this organization. We've impacted thousands of women and girls around the world. God would have it that even through all of these great experiences, I was able to receive an honorary doctorate in divinity from New York Theological Seminary without completing my bachelor's. So I tell people all the time, when God has a plan for your life, God will have a plan for your life. Yes, I received a full presidential pardon from President Trump in 2020 without applying. Again, when God has a plan for your life, God has a plan for your life. And so today, last week, I'm excited to share that I closed on my first commercial property, 30 units of affordable housing in Detroit, as a for-profit venture with my business partners, Jasmine Henderson and from Jasmine Brand and Angela Yee from the Way Up with Angela Yee and Jessica Sanchez. and also launched the first ever fintech bank for justice impacted people called MyFresh. And so we are able to provide checking accounts, FDIC insured, no ID required, free direct deposit, free banking, free bill pay, no overdraft fees for anyone, but we're focusing on people who are justice impacted. And when I say justice impacted, it's not just those of us that lived in prisons, it's those of us who work in prisons, those of us who share family who lives in prisons, or people who have been arrested. And just for this room, and I know a lot of you know, nationally, there are 70 million people in this country that have criminal convictions. There's 100 million people who have an arrest record. There's 10 million children who are impacted by parental incarceration. And so, for me, what I learned through all of these numbers, while I've created an incredible nonprofit organization that does great, that I could not continue to tout building equity for others and not creating it for myself. And so I realized that I could do work, I could do good and also make money. And I think as I land this plane, I think for everyone to really understand that while you're building a new life for yourself, whatever that may be, if you trust in God first, and that was my father's favorite scripture, Proverbs 3:5-6, trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not to your own understanding, and all your ways acknowledge him and he will direct your paths. Thank you.
From Baltimore. So Autumn Joy is going to come back out and introduce our first panel. But there's one thing that I wanted to bring to your attention that I failed to do earlier, is that we are building this movement with returning citizens. This isn't about those of us sitting and saying, oh, we know better and we know what's best. No, we're bringing men and women who've experienced incarceration, either personally or through their families, people with lived experience to the table to help us build this infrastructure. We can't do it without them, right? Because we've tried it before. I've been in this business now for 30 years. We've tried everything. Why not bring the men and women who have the direct experience with this? It's really a phenomenon in the United States. The number of people that we incarcerate is unlike anything else in the world. We are the highest incarcerator nation in the world. And so let's bring our men and women who've experienced this. They know, they give us great advice. And I'll just say this, I'm looking for some specific people. They are so honest with me. When I tell you they shoot straight and they give me, Turner Bay, I see you. They give me the real deal, and they don't hold back. They aren't shy about it, and that's what we need. That's what those of us who work in government, we need an honest look. I see my friend Martha Dana from Probation Parole shaking her head there. We brought about 20 men together a few months ago who were on probation and parole, teetering on the verge of being reincarcerated. We brought them together with a host of resources to say, hey, look, there's another option. Here's some other ways to do this thing. And we heard from them what was working, what wasn't working. We were trying to schedule another follow-up session with those men and women to say, okay, how did that go? Right? Did that work? Did that work for you? Is another way to do it? And so at every stage, at every level, we are encouraging our men and women with lived experience to come to the table and be a part of this process. And when I talk to folks from around the country, that's unique. That doesn't happen everywhere. And so I think in Prince George's County, once again, we are setting the stage to do things differently than we've done them in the past and then anyone else is doing it. When I travel around the state, the word is out, Prince George's County. We are the trendsetters in reentry and returning citizens work. And so let's stay at the forefront. All right, so Autumn, if you can hear me, come on out. I did want to just say that while the guys were setting up for our first panel. If you look at the agenda, we don't have a lot of breaks in because we really wanted to pack a lot of information in. Guys, feel free, if you need to take a break, feel free to take a break because we're going to be here and we're going to keep pouring out this good information to you as we go. All right, thank you. Okay, we're still setting up.
Hey, I didn't know you were going to be here. Want me to do it like, want me to kind of stand here? Yeah. Okay. Okay. I bet those look good. Okay, oh, there we go. All right, so we're gonna get started in about a minute. So if I could have everybody go ahead and find their seats. I know you're seeing a lot of familiar faces, a lot of your friends, family. So we wanna go ahead and get started with this panel, okay? All right, I'm gonna be using my head mic. Check, check, there we go. I like this little mic, I've never used one like this. Need to get this from my house when I call my son. He acts like he doesn't hear me. All right, everybody still doing okay? Everybody's good? Okay. All right, for those of you that are just joining us, came a little bit late because I know this started at 8 a.m., so I too was a little bit struggling, but thank you all so much for coming again. My name is Autumn Joy Live. I am a multimedia personality, and I have the honor of co-hosting along with Wallow and my good friend, Joe Claire. So I want to go ahead and get started so we can introduce your first panel. The purpose of these panels is to hear from experts who specialize in their respective areas on innovation and reentry before and after. It is anticipated that the discussions will spark new and innovative thinking around the topic of reentry and spur audience members to increase their desire to work with the reentry ecosystem right here in Prince George's County, to ensure that our returning residents have the necessary tools to be successful, and that's important. All right, so this first panel is the innovation in reentry. This panel is an info session that will provide a high-level conversation from some of the experts in the field of reentry in research, operations, and best practices. It's going to be moderated by the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services, Secretary Carolyn Scruggs, and your moderators will include author and director of D.C. Mayor's Office of Returning Citizens Affairs, Lamont Carey, and he is a world-renowned poet, reentry advocate for the Bridge Center at Adams House staff, Big Kenny, founder of the Training Grounds, Tom Brown, associate professor at the Bowie State University, Dr. Anthony J. Jackson, and justice reform advocate and author, Ewan Williams. All right, so please put your hands together for your first panel.
So we ready for some real talk now so that we can really understand why we're here. Glad to have this esteemed panel here with us. And I'm going to start with my first question, and we can go right down. I know you all are sharing mics, and I'm happy to share with you if I need to. So we all know that we have a new governor that is very excited about taking Maryland to the next level. And his motto is to leave no one behind. So when I think of leaving no one behind, then I think about those incarcerated individuals that I have that I know are coming back home. So my question to you is that in conjunction with Governor Moore's Leave No One Behind motto, what are the things and opportunities that we need to do to support returning citizens, their families, and communities, and how do we go about doing that? Feel free to start. Anyone?
Check. Good afternoon, family. My name is Tom Brown. I run an organization called Training Grounds. I see a lot of family in the audience. What's up, Kurt? A lot of love. Hey, Kiana. I'm naming names because these are some of the real people that's putting in the work besides the ones that's up on this stage. And I would say what I've learned with Training Grounds, our organization been working with returning citizens since the beginning. Training Grounds I founded in 2005, grew up here, and just felt like we need to be good at structuring love and putting it into a place that people can get elevated to be able to function out here in this society that's never going to play fair. So for all this work, I'm glad to be here. And I think one of the number one things that I've learned doing this work, we need to be great listeners. Stop talking at brothers and sisters that's coming home and listen better to what they're trying to tell you that's best for them. Don't talk to them or treat them like they less than. So at Training Grounds, we don't focus on the returning part, y'all. We focus on the citizen part. So that's where we coming from. I think that's where we start.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Anyone else? I'm hearing that there's love that's needed, there's focus, there's listening. What other things do we do to help build the communities by bringing them back into those communities and reintegrating them with their families?
So how you doing? My name is Kenny Kelly. They call me Big Kenny on this panel. And I am a returning citizen, certified bad boy to the bone. If you want to talk about what's needed in the community, we have to be more proactive than reactive. All these programs we got available for returning citizens, just proactive stuff. You got to go to jail, you got to do something, kill something, rob something, steal something. You got to go to jail, do some time, and then come home and find out, oh, it's a better way, I could have did something different. Well, those same programs exist before you get in trouble. We need to hire more people to do the work. We need to get people in the communities where they need to be and let people know about the resource that's available to them. So instead of everybody trying to be reactive. Let's try being proactive. So I see a lot of my buddies out there, returning citizens, you know, they know how to get out there in the communities and communicate with people just like them, and that's what's needed. You know what I mean? Y'all want to cut down on recidivism. How about try to cut down on people going to jail in the first place? And the only way you can do that is to be proactive, not reactive. So Governor Westmore, he's new. He knew this. He just got in. You don't want to leave nobody behind? Let's not get nobody in a position to where they're going to be left behind. Because everybody don't get an opportunity to be saved. I just happen to be fortunate enough. You know what I mean? You can call it what you want, smarts, finance, whatever. I just happen to be fortunate enough through my stint to be able to come home, be successful, run my own company, and hold down a full-time job at the same time. So I am a small businessman. I also work for the Prince George's County Behavioral Health. I work for the health department. Returning citizens is what I do. I sit in the room with judges, police officers, lawyers, prosecutors. I mean, this is what I do. I sit in the room and I advocate for the inmates. So when their cases come across the table, I'm one of them guys to sit in there and say, yeah, I think you deserve a chance. And then they say, why? Because I can relate to the individual, his situation, his circumstances, what he's been through and what he's going through, I can advocate for him. But if you're an asshole, I can't advocate for you. So my advocacy stops when the police show up, period. So a lot of work that I do, it's all about the community, giving back. I was one of them people who got in the community and did what I want, how I want it, period. You know what I'm saying? We had while I was up here earlier, he spoke wonderful. And I was up there sitting over there saying, he up there trying to tell my story and I'm not even there. But I'm the guy he was talking about that people respected in the neighborhood. They drove all the pretty cars and tried to have all the prettiest girls, and people respected me, but I took care of the neighborhood. But when I went to jail, the neighborhood didn't take care of me. But I was fortunate because I set things in place to where I could take care of myself. And everybody not gonna be that way. So if you want to talk about change, what can people do? We got to be more proactive than reactive.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Someone else?
Good morning. My name is Lamont Curry. I'm the director of the Mayor's Office on Returning Citizens Affairs in Washington, D.C. Definitely thankful for being here. I second what they're saying. Most of our individuals that's coming home come into underserved communities. So they are already functioning, operating from a disadvantage. And so for me, what we're looking at and how to help reentry in the district is how do we empower the household that returning citizens are returning to, and that way they won't be perceived as a liability, but being able to come in with resources, whether it's a juvenile that's in the house, whether it's a senior in the house, how can we connect them to resources, but also doing great work, making sure that great work, transformative work is being done inside of the institution that mentally prepare our individuals for a successful reentry. But then we also know society has changed, and so there's going to be additional barriers that an individual is going to have to experience coming home. Like right now, there is somebody that got released yesterday, and their family is taking them out for breakfast or for brunch, and they're going to go into the bathroom, go to the urinal, and be stuck for a minute because there's no handle on how to flush the toilet. And then they're going to leave that toilet and go to the sink to wash their hands, and there's no knob. So we have, things have transitioned or transformed so much, but being able to strengthen a household where the individual's going to return, right? One that allows for the individual to come home into that household. I know in some of our places, the individuals, returning citizens, aren't supposed to be on the property. But that is where I come from, right? I have no other options than to come home to where I have the place to live at. So being able to figure out how do we empower, most of we know that there's women that are leading most of those households. So how do we empower her, right? Being able to empower her helps her empower the juveniles that are in the household, that will help prevent them from even going into the system. And so for those that are coming back into the household, is a less strain on that household if we're working to empower the whole household so that they all be moving forward. And that is one of the ways I think that we increase the smoother transition from prison.
Thank you, Mr. Curry, and I think you're so on point there. You know, reentry starts at intake. It has to start when they are behind the walls, but it's that humanity piece, it's that community service, bringing you all in the community behind the walls to ensure that the human service needs of the family is met. So when that citizen comes back out, they walk right into those opportunities. Did you have a response as well?
Yes. Is it on? Can y'all hear me well? Okay. My name is Anthony Jackson. I am an assistant professor at Bowie State University. I am a Howard graduate, so AHU, I see the family in the building. I'm happy to see that. So I enter into this conversation really from the purview of education and emphasizing the significance of it, really. And I definitely echo the sentiment of my fellow panelists when we start talking about preventative measures to make sure that we're not creating the conditions that lead to incarceration to begin with. That's very important. My research is very provocative. I look at how capitalism creates institutional barriers that impede upward growth and mobility from black people. I look at black economic deprivation. I look at poverty. I look at how black people are disproportionately incarcerated, how black people have disproportionately higher poverty rates, right? Since the data has been collected, there's not one point in history since 1968 all the way to now where the median household income that we make, which market rate rent prices, how much you gonna pay for gas, everything is based off of median household income. There's not one point in history where black folks have made what white folks have made at their lowest point. Okay, let me rephrase that. The lowest amount of money that white folks have ever made in median household income, black people ain't never even made that. So when we start talking about what can we do to ensure that our returning citizens are going to not recidivate, are going to be healthy, are going to be nourished in all of the best ways, we do have to start talking about creating opportunities for our folks before they go in, right? This ecosystem of services for our returning citizens is very, very important, and it has to extend beyond that. Like the whole black family has to be nourished, right? And white supremacy has a possessive investment in individualism. Oh, just chase the bag, just chase the bag. You need to worry about the bag. See, black folks are inherently spiritual people. And so we operate in the context of community, which is very important. So white supremacy has to disrupt the sense of community and get you to think that only thing you need to worry about is the individual. Right? That's not the way that we operate, right? It has created an institutional barrier, right, that impedes us from being able to be successful, right? The means by which we're able to support ourselves are strained, but black people know by any means necessary. And so when we start talking about these pathways to incarceration versus pathways to education, pathways to upward growth and mobility, right? We got to start thinking about it not as an individual thing, but how can I bear one another's burden? How can I lock arms with the folks around me? And so it's just so powerful to know that so many of these brothers are in organizations that are trying to create a culture, one, of love, being the center and the heart of what they do, and then so also community, because that's also important. You can't do it on your own. And so I would, the charge for me with respect to this first question would be for the state to institute, right, or empower the people, right? And how can we empower the people? What does that look like? How can we address the sources of crime? Because we know what they are, but we don't alleviate the sources of crime. Poverty, the stigma of incarceration, drugs, right? These things are important, and it's the addiction, right? People resort to illegitimate means of managing when they don't have institutional means of managing. If I can't get it the right way, I'm gonna get it some way because little Jody gotta eat, right? And so how are we ensuring that little Jody is eating without us resorting to things that are gonna be disruptive to ourselves and disruptive to our communities? And so, pass.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Jackson. That was very powerful, and I agree. I agree. We have to look at the fact that many of our black and brown individuals are the ones that are being incarcerated because of the lack of opportunity or the lack of resources that are providing them. So certainly the more administration is looking at that, we want to diminish child poverty, and how do we do that without the family structure being revived? And so we've got to do that, and we're going to work hard to do that. But I think you also moved us right into our next question, which is based on your professional, your academic, and your lived experience. What have you seen that already works? Because you are examples. Each and every one of you are examples of success, and I thank you for that. So tell us a little bit about what works to help change the lifestyle of an individual that is coming back so they don't come back to see me.
I like that question. Thank you for asking that question. Thank everybody for coming and giving me an opportunity to sit on the stage with these great people right here. My name is Eon Williams, and at 16 years old, I was given a life sentence, and I spent 17 years in prison. So as I was thinking about the first question and the things that everyone else said, and this question right here, what I think and what I believe is that a lot of education and resources have to be laid out and given to people that are on their way out. You know, I don't disagree with anything that anybody said, and I think that it's a strong and a very honorable act for us to focus on people that are not going to prison and to help people not go to prison. But, you know, I'm not an expert at anything, and my situation and my background is that I went to prison, and I went to prison as a kid without no resources in prison, without nobody even to tell me who to deal with in prison. And, you know, they took a child and put a child in an adult situation and said, figure it out or don't make it home alive. And in the process of making it home alive, when I got out here, resources for me, I don't know about anybody else. I've been home 13 years, and to not, you know, beat a drum to say I've done this and I've done that. We could get into those things, but to focus more on the help that needs to be given. Because I look around the audience, I see people like Eric Weaver, Kurt Bone, Eddie Mathis, Chip Henry. These men had programs and ideas that weren't, let's say, supported by government agencies or private money and this and that. And these men helped me as an individual man figure out my way. The speaker that spoke earlier talking about people come home and they go back to jail and they do this and they do that. Some of us can't imagine what the other situation may be. If a person can imagine, like as another individual in the crowd, I don't really want to call them out, but they spoke at another event and they said that they had attained success as an adult and then they went to prison and then they came home and that was devastating. All right, I went to prison at 16. My mother OD'd at 6. My father went to prison at 3. I didn't imagine nothing else. So sometimes we got to create that light to say, yo, we got to do something better, and then we could be able to help a dude that's coming home that had done 10 and 20 years. Because some of these dudes that's going to jail and coming home, they wasn't even habilitated to be rehabilitated.
Excellent. Anyone else?
We got it back on. So speaking to what's needed is a foundation. When a man spends a lot of time in prison, the most important thing to him is having a family, a foundation, somebody to come back home to, somebody that he can trust, somebody that's not going, you know, you can't. So I'm involved in the program. And I say this because I know it to be a fact because I experienced it. We bring home guys that went to jail when they was juveniles and spent a significant amount of time. And a lot of these guys, they get the gift of gab. They learned it in jail because they learned it from the older guys that was already mentioned, right? So they get them a girlfriend while they in jail. The girl know where they at, you know what I mean? But all they looking for is a companion, somebody to take their phone calls, send them some money, come and see them. But when they come home, some of them burnt bridges and can't go back to their family. So they make that new relationship they built with the girlfriend, their family. So we don't allow them to come out of prison and stay with a girlfriend. Because I know that you can't build that kind of relationship from behind the wall. How you gonna come home and live with a woman when you never spent the night with a woman? So when the man has some family that he can come home to, that ain't gonna put him under the gun and be like, you've been home a week now, it's time for you to, do what you do, get some money, go get a job, do something. They looking for that old person. They looking for somebody that went away a kingpin. They looking for him to come back and be a kingpin again so life can go back to normal. But when the person have a foundation, a good family foundation, somebody to say, hey, boy, look, as long as you need this bed right here for you, it takes some of the pressure off of them. And when you take advantage of some of the programs like the Bridge Center at Adams House that's available for you, that's going to walk you through a lot of the things that you never experienced. Like some people, they never had an identification. They don't know whether they got a birth certificate or a social security card when they come home. We get all that stuff for them. We pay for it. We take them to the doctor's appointment. We deal with people with mental health. Because I don't know one man that's been incarcerated that don't have PTSD. I don't know one of them. And, for me, after doing all this time, I was fortunate. I had a family to come home to. I had a sister say, as long as I got a roof, you got one. She said, we ain't living like we was when you was out the first time, but we still here. It's a car there for you to drive. There's food in the refrigerator for you to eat. When you get yourself together, you ready. You go on and do you. And that alone, along with the assistance of two other friends, one of them sitting right here. And I got out of prison in 2013, was it 12? One of them. January 2013. Tom came to the halfway house and said, man, I got a job for you. I said, I don't need no job, pimp. I do what I do. I don't need nobody to carry me for a few months and then look for that person. You know what I'm saying? He said, man, I need you, man. He said, this is something that I can't do by myself. So I said, okay, tell me what you're doing. He in Southeast where he grew up at. We all started over there. He doing workforce development. So he hired me to run about 30 young men in the neighborhood on the OJT part of the training grounds. You know what I mean? And I was like, this shit really works. People come home from jail, and you ain't gonna get rich making a stipend. You ain't gonna get rich. But it was keeping the young men honest in the neighborhood, and we held them accountable. You understand what I'm saying? So, when you have that foundation and it's trust, it's all about building relationships. So when the man come home from jail, just think about the man that don't have a relationship. We got to tell him no. Your life sentence ain't going to be forgiven because you ain't got nowhere to go when you get out here. We can't bring you into the street and make you to be homeless or force you to be homeless. Because if I don't know one thing in life, I know how to get some money. And if I didn't have that foundation to start with, I would have did what I knew. It's natural. Everybody say, I can't go to jail. I can't do this, I can't do that. If you really feel like that, you wouldn't put yourself in a situation to go. Period. But I guarantee you, all the tears and everything gonna dry up fast. You're gonna figure it out, or you're gonna tie a sheet around your neck and jump off the tallest dude. And every person that been to jail at one time or another, they seen something so traumatic, they felt like, man, I can't do this. I got to get out of here. I had so much time, I didn't think I ever was going to get out of jail. But I always had that foundation. And when Tom came to me, Tom gave me my first job. It was 11 years ago. He gave me my first job. I went from that job to running the Safe Neighborhood Initiative in Prince George's County, to being hired from the health department in Prince George's County and working with returning citizens right now. Not to mention, somebody else was paying attention. And they said, you know what? You do a lot of work with Tom. Some of that stuff you can do yourself. So I said, oh yeah, like what? She said, well, you teaching people this and you teaching people how to manage buildings and cleaning services doing this, start your own company. I'm a dope boy. I don't know nothing about sweeping and mopping floors. But I figured it out. And for 10 of those 11 years I've been home, I've been running my own company. Non-stop, straight through COVID.
Yes,
right
sir.
now.
My man.
So I had made myself a couple of times in 2 different scenarios, but I always started with a good, solid foundation. You know what I mean? And everybody don't have that. And I like to be, I sit back now, I laugh. When I go into the jails, I laugh. Because I be saying, I know they got to know I was just here. They got to remember, I know, but I go in there with this clearance, and I know they be saying, there's no way that's the person that was in here a few years ago because he couldn't be in here doing that. And when I talk to the guys, one of the guys that work with me right now is in the audience, he a returning citizen, right? We hold each other accountable. You know what I mean? He know, I sit down and talk to him, and I say, man, I got low tolerance for the BS, period. Because the programs that that's available now for some of our young kids that's coming home, they didn't have no shit, I'm sorry, they didn't have no stuff like this available. So I'm like, for you to come home after doing 17 years and have an opportunity to do something different, think about having that life sentence forgiven. All you got to do is complete this program. 18 months and your life sentence go away. All you got to do is finish your probation, stay out of trouble, and you good. You good. It starts at home, y'all. You know what I mean? We was probably doing the same thing. I'm older than him, but we probably was doing the same thing at the same time. But everybody's path, everybody's situation is different. But the only way a person gonna be successful is gonna be a result of another person. Because independence is good, but you gotta leave room for dependence. Because once you strip it of its vulnerability, you're left with nothing and nobody but yourself. And everybody needs somebody, including me and you.
Well, I just wanted to quickly, because he blessed my heart, because if you're gonna ask me how it works, he just told you. He came home and I had something to offer that was structured with training grounds, my nonprofit. A lot of people in this audience know about training grounds. And some of them have been a part of it through partnership, collaboration, or whatever. So training grounds have been blessed. Something I created from my heart, my spirit. The Lord gave me an idea that I'd never tried. I was a teacher at Encompassing. I was teacher of the year in 2002 at Encompassing. Right? No, I want an applause for that, because I thought that was it. And God said, you're going to do something different. Lead this school. I helped the founder, KIPP Schools in D.C. He said, that's cute, Tom, but that ain't what I called you to do. So when I stepped out, so some of it is going to be your faith to not be comfortable. Stop looking for faith to be comfortable. Faith and comfort are not synonymous. Stop that. It's uncomfortable. So he had to be uncomfortable, because I was around the kingpin when the kingpin was the kingpin. So I knew exactly how it could possibly feel, and we talked. But I just needed to have something to let him know, Slim, if you're going to make a different decision, your little brother was home building something, and if you will take a chance on you, because I'm right here at the halfway house, because I'm taking a chance on you. He just took the chance. So I'm honored that there's an anointing on me that I was able to build my organization, Training Grounds. You got other good men like Smooth. You just got so many good people, women like Kiana. Let me say something. Stop talking about just the brothers coming home, y'all. I learned, I ain't really know this until Kiana, we shared space, and she hit me to the perils and the hardship that the women go through in and out. But it's the humans, right? Let's stop doing the gender thing on the prison thing, because if you're human and you come home, you're getting treated the same way. But if you was the mama that left her kids, you the mama going to prison and your kids without a mama while you're away, that's tough too. But all I'm gonna say is, and my man Lamont, I hope he say something, because when he first came home, I was introduced to him by a mutual friend, and I saw the kingship and the light on this brother. He may have been home just a couple of months maybe, but the vision and passion, I couldn't do nothing but lay down and say, bruh, what I got, I need you to just do what you do, because you're going to be great, because you already great. So to be sitting on stage with two brothers that I lived and walked through a journey, and I never did a minute in prison. So don't talk about only dudes or women that's been to prison can help. Now you just got a love of God and be humble and obedient, and he going to give you what it needs to help somebody. I'm done.
So,
Hey, Lamar,
remind
the crowd he a preacher too, so get the mic from me.
Go ahead with that, Slim.
Go
ahead with that.
So I also went to prison at 16, and I'm gonna tell you what I see that works. You have individuals like Eddie Mathis, like Irk Weaver, like Marcus Bullock, like Eon Williams, like a lot of the individuals that's in this space that are returning citizens that pulled us up when we were wild in prison, right? And told us that there is an opportunity for us to make it back on the outside, but we're gonna have to change. That literally taught us how to be men when we were juvenile amongst wolves, right? And then they instilled in us to take advantage of going to school to get a GED, to enroll in the college programs, but also how to be on guard, being around individuals that's wolves, and then to come home and to see individuals like everybody that's on this stage and people that you're gonna see, returning citizens who have not only come home and just successfully transitioned their lives, but they have been impacting communities that we are here to talk about. So being grabbed by somebody that you don't even know that you're about to crash and burn in the penitentiary to help redirect your path so that you can make it home. First, that's the first part of success. And most of the individuals that I know that are successful is because they had a community inside of some of the worst penitentiaries that exist on this planet. And then to come home and see those same individuals not in power that is reaching back and still doing the same things that they were doing while in prison, but doing it in a legitimate way. Because my initial change was revenge, to be honest with you. Because I had to live by those street codes, and then when I go to prison, those street codes don't support me through this. There had been years straight where I didn't receive a piece of mail and my cell buddy got mail. When we was collect phone calls, I actually heard my family pick up the phone and do not accept the phone call. And my buddies did nothing for the most part. And so my initial thing was to come home and cause as much pain as I possibly can to those dudes that wasn't there for me. But the guys that's inside of the penitentiary said, what's gonna happen to you? You're gonna go home and you're gonna get killed, right? You were successful when you was in the streets. You're making your way while you were in prison, so you killed them with success. And so for me, revenge was the turning light. But it was a light that's in the positive, right? And so that's what I did. When I came home, I recognized I was young, I was black, I had violent felony convictions. There wasn't gonna be no opportunities for me. So I said, what could I do to better my chances? And I realized that the street code that I had lived by was like reading a fiction book. So I started writing books in prison about the street life, right? Because that is what put me on one of the pathways to put me into prison. But now I'm fast tracking as a government official. Some of the things that I see work is you all funding programs that are ran and supported by returning citizens, right? Because one of the things, there are industries in Maryland, in the district, that around this country that will not hire a returning citizen. But let me tell you something that is happening right now around this country. You have violence interrupters. You have credible messengers that are going in the communities where the drama is, but they can't get a job in some of these places that we hold dear, that are in public safety sectors, right? right? But they in there putting themselves on the front line. And so when you talk about what is successful, what works, one of the first things is to look at some of the examples that exist that are returning citizens. The other thing that has worked for us, we have a program called Powering Up, where we provide returning citizens Chromebooks because we know that there's a technology divide. We also have a program that is called the Promise Ride, where we give returning citizens up to 5 free cab rides a week where they can get to reentry related opportunities. We also know that some of the bigger barriers, one of them is fear. We're talking about individuals that went to prison at the age of 16 that come home 25 years later, 35 years later, 55 years later, and the place that they call home don't even exist. Their support system don't even exist, right? And so being able to help them to navigate, not make them dependent, but giving them a start, right? So they can elevate themselves and asking them what it was that they wanted to do when they was in prison. Let me tell you something, family members, and then I'm gonna shut up. Return on your investment. You got loved ones that's incarcerated right now that you know that do not have a GED, right? It is your responsibility to encourage them to get that, because if you don't come home with a minimum of a GED, you're never gonna be able to lift yourself too much outside of poverty, right? And so, one, while they're incarcerated, see what programs that they have going on in there and putting the press on your loved ones to get that, because they're gonna need that when they get out here. And family members, let me also tell you something. People say, well, they always return back to where they used to be at. Let me tell you why I went back in the same neighborhood where I used to be. When I first came home, the family was excited. Welcome home, Lamont. I'm taking baths because we can't take baths in prison. I'm letting the water out, filling the tub back up. I'm punishing everything in the freezer, right? That second month, family saying, man, I need you to slow down on that water. I need you to slow down on that food. The third month, the second month, they like, man, I thought I told you, I thought you blah, 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 blah. I thought you said you was gonna go to McDonald's, you would work anywhere. Let me tell you something. When I said that I was gonna work at McDonald's, it's because you accepted my call and I needed you to accept my call again. Right? So because I was suffering from abandonment issue. I know it's funny, but I was suffering from abandonment issue because all of those things that made me angry, there was no love for me there, right? My love became the brothers that was inside the institution that was guiding me. And so that third month, I'm going back in that same neighborhood where I used to be because I'm trying to wait for you to go to sleep. Because when I come in the house, you're nagging me. That's what it here sound like. I know you're trying to give me advice on how to go about my path, but you have never asked me what it was that I really wanted to do. And so it sounds like nagging. So I'm just waiting for you to go to sleep so I can tiptoe in the house. So if you got a loved one that just came home and you wondering why they stand in that room, it is not because they antisocial, right? They trying to figure out how they can maneuver so they won't have that added pressure from you when there's something that they really want to do. So the best thing you can ask them, what is it that you really want to do, and figure out how you can support them. Because my reentry plan, it wasn't even my agency, the Mayor's Office on Returning Citizens Affairs, it was art, right? Art is what opened a brand new world to me. And so I think one of the ways to figure out what works and how individual can be successful is, one, figuring out what it is that individual needs and fighting for us and getting these people to employ our people, right? To train our people and pay our people while they're being trained, but don't give us everything, right? Don't make us dependent. Just give us a start so that we can take off, because the one thing I want you to know about your loved ones that's on these compounds, they are thriving. Most of them are thriving. They got small businesses. I ran a store. I wasn't supposed to be running the store, but I was running the store because I wasn't having money coming in. So entrepreneurship, people like to say we need to learn budgeting. We need you all to figure out how to communicate with us, because I was making 17 cents an hour. Did I know how to budget that? That's why I turned it into a store, right? So some of the things, so some of the programs that exist are talking great, giving great information, but they ain't talking to us in a way that we understand. So you have to have a returning citizen that's a part of it. And I'm
So
gonna shut up.
you're good. No, we love the passion. We love the passion. We thank you. So, audience, I think what you've heard is that you have a role. You have a big role in ensuring that we remove the stigma that is attached to individuals that are coming back home, and to make sure you provide opportunity. I love to hear that the favor of God has been placed in each and every one of you, and I encourage all of you out there, there's a favor of God in you. You know, don't be shy about it. You know, make sure you reach out to the one beside you, you know, the one that's coming home, your loved one, your family that you never usually talk to that has been incarcerated, because they too can be successful with that favor in their life. So we're going to close it out really quickly with the reason we're really here, because of this reentry summit and the great things that the Returning Citizens Affairs Division here in Prince George's County is doing. And as they develop this robust ecosystem, they just want to have a few ideas as to where you think their next steps are. What should they be doing now, specifically to help those returning here in Prince George's County? I'll tell you, of the 17,000 that I have incarcerated in state prisons here, Prince George's County has the second most that are coming home this year. Next to Baltimore City, you are number 2. I know who they are. I can touch each and every one of them. I can have you touch each and every one of them. So how do we work in conjunction with this summit and the Returning Citizens Affairs Division to make sure that right now, I know that there are some 549 coming back in this fiscal year. That's by June 30th. How do we do that? How do we touch them?
So, yeah, I'll just say this real quick, and I guess it's both the last question and this question. So I'm also the director of the prison education program. So Bowie State University has a partnership with actually Jessup Correctional Institute, and we offer bachelor's degrees of sociology for our incarcerated students there. And so it's not, you know, we offer a couple classes and now you say you've been to college. They're leaving with their bachelor's degrees with the successful completion of their requirements. And so that's huge. And so I always echo, right, the significance of education, 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 right? We got to know better so we can do better, and that's really, really important. We pray for wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, and we're trying to create pathways to edify people, to lift them up, right? And so the Second Chance Pell Grant is what pays for it, right? So our incarcerated students are not coming out of pocket with any money. The Second Chance Pell Grant pays for it, and legislation is now being open for the regular Pell Grant for formerly incarcerated or folks that might have a record to still receive financial aid funds. And so that's important as well. So I will always echo the significance of education, and we definitely are offering that. And we're trying to build out what we call, what I'm calling the prison to HBCU pipeline, right? Like, how can we we talk about the school to prison pipeline, right? But how can we build pipelines from the prisons to HBCUs, right? There are no other institutions that are better equipped to understand the plight of Black and marginalized people other than HBCUs, because that is who we serve. That is who we are, right? And so we echo, come home, right? Come home to us. Let's build up, let's build you up. Like, let's build up together, right? That's really, really important. And so when I'm thinking about what we can do here with RCAD is, how can we partner, you know, with HBCUs, with Bowie State University, to offer our incarcerated citizens, right, folks that have gone through the program, are in education, want to continue their education, right? They might finish and get their degrees before they leave, or they might be leaving and want to continue their degrees. How are we creating pathways for them to continue in their education? That's really, really important. And right, so I will always emphasize internships, job opportunities for them so that they can continue in their pathway towards building themselves up. Knowledge is power. Peace.
I think I'm going to be real short with this one. What can we do with this summit to make things better for returning citizens? We got to put the pressure back on our county officials and our elected officials to get up the money to hire people to do the work. Not be afraid to give these people jobs and opportunity. It shouldn't take a rocket science to figure out that you coming home from prison, you might not have all the credentials and the 5 pieces of identification you need just to get your ID. That's not rocket science. We need to find a way to make it more simpler for people to be able to come home and obtain the things they need. We pay for people to get their birth certificates, but if you wasn't born in Maryland, because that's what the money is for, right? Maryland citizens. But if you wasn't born in Prince George's County, we can't pay for that. I wasn't born in Prince George's County. I was born in D.C. But if I come home and I need a birth certificate or social or ID, I can't get it paid for because I was born in another state or another city. So we got to find more ways to make things a little simpler, you know what I mean? Instead of every time somebody come to me for a service, I got to refer you to somebody else. We got all these programs. We got a lot of people with great ideas. It's time to implement some of these great ideas. If you got the idea and you don't know how to implement it, that's why you delegate down and you find somebody like myself or some of these brothers on the stage that know how to walk the walk and talk the talk to get the shit done. We know what it takes. We know what it needs. It's all about getting the funding to do it. And instead of having all these jobs, just contracted jobs, make it a permanent job. Don't give me a grant-funded job for 3 years, and then when the grant run out, the job is over, and then the work stop. This shit, listen, people gonna be coming home till the day each one and every one of us die, and then when we die, some more people gonna be coming home. Because guess what? They keep going to jail. It's time for us to modify and simplify the resources needed for a person to be successful. I can't hire Mr. Brown if Mr. Brown don't have an identification. Mr. Brown can't get an identification if he don't have a birth certificate, social security card, a checking account, an address with his name on it. He got too many hurdles. You just came from jail. He just came from JPRU somewhere. That's his address.
So, Mr. Kenny, let me help you a little bit there.
Come on.
Because I know you haven't been incarcerated for a while. But when I sat as assistant secretary, one of the things that I did do was start a reentry program in the prisons. And I am proud to say that 120 days now before men and women are going home, they are provided with their birth certificate, a Maryland ID, their DD-214, and the Social Security application. We're also connecting them to Medicaid or Medicare, depending on their eligibility. So we hear you, I hear you. I say to you that I am not different than anyone that sits here. I'm not from Prince George's County, but I'm born and raised in Baltimore City. And many of family and friends have walked the pathways that you have. So I know the need. I know that there is a dire need for opportunity, and I pledge to you that under my authority, the Maryland Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services are going to prepare them to come back home.
I'm gonna hold you to it.
Okay? You have that. Go ahead, Mr.
I just
Brown.
wanted, since you asked a question about what are some of the things, so I do want to announce that we are working in collaboration with the new Prince George's Returning Citizens Division. And we being training grounds, is going to be within the next 3 to 4 weeks starting the very first workforce development cohort that's specifically and uniquely for Prince George's County returning citizens. And y'all know me for doing this in D.C. Many of y'all that know me. I'm currently doing it now with C. Sosa in D.C. We've finally been able to find a partner along with the Department of Health and even Employee Prince George's we're working with to bring a lot of real, because we call it workforce of the future. So we're talking about infrastructure, like putting the cabling in all these new buildings. We're talking about the electric vehicle charging station that's coming. Who knows how to fix them? That's another entry place for returning citizens. So it's stuff like that in partnership with Prince George's College and certainly led by Returning Citizens Division that we've been given the honor and the opportunity to continue work we've been doing in D.C. to do a lot of that here in Prince George's. So I'm excited to be here with some real stuff. So go tap into Training Grounds Inc., and just see exactly what's happening. It's rolling out in the next 3 or 4 weeks, our first cohort. So if you know some returning citizens that want to get those kind of skills and opportunities, and we're working with, my man Rick walked out, but MC and Build is a large general contractor construction company, is also one of our employer partners. So one thing we do, we start with employers first at Training Grounds. We already have employers ready to hire our population as long as our population do what they're supposed to do. So we look forward to Training Grounds being of service to people that I actually love. I was born and raised in Southeast and Glen Arden, Maryland, so I love them both the same. So let's go to work down and get some real money. People got to eat, for real. People got to eat.
Gentlemen, thank you so much. This has been a great opportunity. Next time we've got to have a female on this panel because that's the only thing that's missing. Thank you to Bowie State for what you're doing behind the walls. We appreciate that. Thank you. I do want to say that as I came on the campus today, one of the things that stood out were trailers that said CDL license. President, our men could use those CDL licenses. With Pell Grants being available for everyone July 1 of this year, we welcome you all to come behind the walls and start that training with us because that's another pathway to success for them. So any opportunities that you all know about that you have, I am open to them. We want to bring opportunities to the men and women. There are some that work very hard behind the walls, and we want you to know that they are going to school every day. They're learning trades. They are teaching each other. We just graduated 40 peer recovery specialists that can come back out. These were incarcerated men that we're going to use to help throughout the state. So we plan to support you in every way we can, and we thank you for what you do. So keep doing great things. Thank you, audience, as well. Check, 1, 2, 1, 2. All right, where y'all going? Hold on now.
Check.
It ain't the end of church service.
Check.
We haven't passed around the collection plate
This
yet.
ain't over. This is
where
not over.
Where y'all going? Are y'all leaving?
We have a whole
right
other
here,
panel.
sir. With the hat, where you going? Okay, you better come back. I'm gonna be standing by the bathroom door.
Is this intermission or no? Did they intermission everybody or not? Did the last people say it's time for intermission, or y'all just taking civil liberties and walking out? Because we have a whole nother panel.
Exactly.
Matter of fact, this is the best panel about to come because me and Autumn Joy are here.
This is Joe Claire, in case you all didn't know. Give it up for Joe Claire.
That's Autumn Joy, everybody. Give it up for the Autumn Joy Live. Give her some love.
Absolutely. So before we get started, Joe, I did want to shout out some of the returning citizens, because one thing that I'm noticing is that returning citizens are doing amazing.
Well, let's calm everybody down. Let's get the room back to a point where you can actually do what you do.
Thank you so much, Joe. I appreciate that.
So please make your way back in, take your seats. We have a whole nother panel that we are about to introduce. We are your co-hosts for this next panel. You can see my picture is all the way at the bottom of the thing. See me? Oh, look! If you look at the thing, I'm all the way at the bottom.
And Joe, they actually cut your picture off on the VIP badges.
And cut my picture off. But I am the one who needs to be talking about this. I grew up in the 80s in Prince George's County. I saw crack come. I saw what happened with the Reaganomics, and then what happened with the Clinton administration, and then what's happening now.
Yeah.
So, and I'm a social worker. I'm a licensed clinical social worker.
Really?
Yeah, I started off my life as a social worker.
Joe, what haven't you done?
Huh?
What haven't you done?
Make my wife happy, but that's a whole nother story. Yeah, that's a whole nother thing, Autumn Joe. And I just got off the plane from a whole nother show, so I flew here to be here today, so this is very, very important.
Yes.
We're going to get this done.
Yes,
Real talk. I care about our county.
Yeah.
So, as you were saying.
Thank you so much, my friend Joe Claire. So I did really quickly want to shout out some of the returning citizens, because I think that when you think of returning citizen, that phrase, you think that maybe the person can't really get back into the community and do positive things. But I do want to again prove to you that that is something that is absolutely false. And you remember the story I told you about my brother? He did 5 years in prison, and now he is absolutely thriving in Hollywood. And so I did want to take the time really quickly to shout out some of the returning citizens that are here that are doing amazing things. So there is a gentleman here, his name is Carlos Walker, and he wrote a book, it's called What If? And I really am interested in reading this book because what he did was he took notable black figures from history and switched them to be Caucasian. And so what he talks about is, what if, let's say, Martin Luther King was white? What if Malcolm X was white? What if Rosa Parks was white? And so he sold over thousands, he sold thousands of copies of this specific book, and he's a returning citizen, and he's doing very well. So I did want to shout him out. Also, I did want to shout out this amazing, beautiful poet. She's getting ready to be on this panel, Dr. Carmen Johnson. Her book is called The Pretense of Justice. And again, we had a brief discussion in the back, and she's only been home for 5 years and is already a best-selling author. So I did really want to shout them out and just let you all know that these returning citizens are doing exactly what needs to be done to make sure that they are responsible citizens of Prince George's County and of this community. So give it up for them really quickly. And then last but not least, this person is not a returning citizen, but he is doing great things. He has a nonprofit charitable organization called MAD, which is an acronym for Making a Difference. And he was explaining that he specifically works with mothers and fathers of murdered children. And he was telling me that that is such an untapped area for especially women and again men that are grieving and don't know how to turn that grief into something to help the community that they maybe feel let them down. So I did want to shout him out for what he is doing. His name is Prince Ham, so he's in the building as well. So again, I just wanted to show them some love. Oh, there he is. Hey, there's Prince Ham. Okay.
While we at it, giving up applause for returning citizens. Everybody in here knows someone who came home and got straight to work.
Yeah.
And then started businesses, started companies. Matter of fact,
I'll grab it in the back.
A lot of the cats I knew from like 88, 89, 90, 91 came home. They doing better than me. Got more money, more businesses, and I'd be like, let's go hang. I don't hang out, Joe. I'd be like, let's go drink. I don't drink, Joe. Well, how about I don't do no weed. I don't care how legal it is, Joe. I run this business, so please give it up for those brothers and sisters who came home and have done amazing things in our community. I work with them every day. I see them all the time, and they don't particularly like me bringing up the past all the time, but I like to congratulate them for coming back and doing what they said they were going to do. So one more time, round of applause.
All right. So we ready to introduce? Yeah, we're ready to introduce panel 2.
Yes, we are.
You ready, Joe Claire?
You got him in front of you?
I got him right here.
Oh, you go first.
Well, here we go. All right, so panel 2, this one is about re-entry before and after. And this panel is an information session that will provide a realistic conversation on what re-entry support looks like from some of the most successful returning citizens in our area. Now, this particular panel is going to be moderated by founder of Guns Down Friday, Joanna Hardy, and your panelists include author of Prison Reform Activist, unfortunately could not make it, but Chia Ali.
No, he's here.
Oh, he's here? Oh, he's
in the
here.
back.
Oh, okay.
You remember, y'all know Chi Ali the rapper.
Oh. Okay.
From back in the day.
Oh. Well, my bad. Yeah, they had it in bold print.
Yeah,
Could not
girl,
make
what
it.
was his song? Girl, yeah, anyway.
He's here. Okay, so Chi Ali is here. Good. Behavioral health psychotherapist, Patrina Williams.
All right.
Yes. Founder of One Mind at a Time Foundation and entrepreneur. One of my friends, Kurt Bone Chambers. Kurt Bone is in the building. There we go.
Man,
all right.
everybody say Kurt Bone.
Kurt Bone.
Kurt Bone. Nah, man, hold up.
Advocate, author, founder of Helping Ourselves to Transform, Dr. Carmen. And last but not least, and to kind of piggyback off of what you were saying, Joe Claire, this person, when he came home, I got a chance to connect with him. And when I connected with him, he was literally grooming dogs at the time. No lie, grooming dogs. And he was like, Autumn, I have got to get my rap career going. Now, at the time, I was in Raleigh doing radio, so I was like, let me figure out, because I've never done PR, I've never done anything like that, especially for a returning citizen. What do I do? So I just quickly tapped into my resources. And so he is a true person, like you said, that came home and hit the ground running. And so I recognized the hustler spirit in him, and I recognized the fact that he was willing to do what it takes to get his career to pop. And I'm like, all right, well, if you want to do the work, I'll do the work with you. And so I used my resources, and by doing that, I was able to get him to open up for rappers like Lil Boosie. I was able to get him to open up for, the name is escaping me, another big rapper, if you will, in a huge arena. And by doing that, it did help, somewhat catapult his career. And so the reason why I'm saying this is because I can appreciate the tenacity that he has, and he's currently a successful rapper. He's got millions of views. He did a DJ Vlad interview that got millions of views on, being a returning citizen. And he speaks from the heart, and he's so real. So again, I just wanted to give him his flowers while he's here. So coming up, prison reform advocate and artist, my good friend Young E-Class. All right, so you all give it up for your panel moderators and your panelists.
They here? They coming out?
Yeah, they're coming out. Come on out, guys.
Come on out. Come on out.
All right, they're coming. Here they come. Dr. Carmen, hey, come on out. This is Dr. Carmen. What's your name? Kurt Bone, all right. Patrina.
Everybody say Kurt Bone. Everybody say Kurt Bone.
Kurt Bone.
That's right. We got to keep it $150, and the young Chi Ali is here. Good to see y'all.
The moderator mic, is it up here? Oh, perfect. There you go. Perfect. There you go.
Hello, everyone. How y'all doing today? Look, I'm a PG County resident, and all this is just so new to me. The Prince George's County Community College is beautiful, and just this event. So I just want to thank y'all for being here. And yes, we here. I want to do a little roll call first. Let's see who we got in here. I see we got Marcus from Flick Shop. I seen Black Alley, Flick Shop, Black Alley. I seen her up there. Anybody else want to give a little shout out? Who you are? Where you from? Can you yell it out real quick? Brooklyn, okay. Brooklyn in the building. I'm from Suitland. Where y'all from? D.C., okay. We got D.C. in the building. Fort Washington, okay. We out here. Landover, okay. Okay. Southeast in the building. All right. I see Harriet's Dream in the building. Say Greenbelt. 2 Spa. Okay. Y'all check that out. Baltimore City. Okay, we from everywhere out here. I like that. Nehemiah Project. Make sure y'all connecting. We connecting with each other before y'all leave. That's what these events are all about. Connecting with one another. So yeah. Urban Council Institute. Okay. I feel like I'm at a go-go. All right. All right, so I'm going to get started with these questions. Let's introduce ourselves. So, I'm Miss Hardy. I am the founder of Guns Down Friday, and I'm also the violence intervention specialist at Children's National. And that's where I see children that have been shot, stabbed, and injured in a fight under 15 years old.
I'm Kirk Bone, founder of All Days Clothing, also a host of Kirk Bone TV.
My name is Patrina Williams, and I am the CEO and founder of Miracles in Motion Therapy and Consulting.
Oh, how y'all doing? I'm Young E-Class, recording artist, founder of Marbish Records, community activist, entrepreneur, philanthropist, actor, model, everything.
Peace, y'all. Chi Ali. I'm a rapper, activist, book publisher, and I just started my Choices Have Impact, my LLC. So we working.
Hello, everyone. I am Dr. Carmen Johnson. I am author of the book called The Pretense of Justice. I am also the director of Court Watch Judicial Accountability with Life After Release. I am also a founder of Helping Ourselves to Transform. I also sit on this board, RCAD, and I am also a returning citizen. Thank you.
All right, you guys, so we're going to dig right into these questions, and we're going to start all the way to the right. And this question is, when thinking about your return to the community before and after release, what services/pieces do you feel were missing to help your transition successfully?
Thank you. I feel it was a few things coming home. I did 12 years in prison, so I feel like anything after 5 years is a chunk where you really starting to miss a lot in society and whatnot. So I think one of the main things for me was definitely technology. Like when I went to prison, it was like two-way pages was the thing. So, you know what I mean? So like phones taking pictures. Like I used to be in my cell like, wow, I'm gonna get a phone and be able to take the picture. And when they call, their picture gonna pop up. Like that shit was a big deal to me. So it was just, the technology was a big thing, and I think we definitely need access to like paid for computer classes and things of that nature, because that's stuff that even to this day, like a lot of things I'll turn to my wife or someone else, my stepdaughter, to handle a lot of things for me, because I'm just not familiar with it. And it's just like a uncomfortable feeling, because it's like with the kids, it's like my kids, it's like they grew up with every iPhone. So for the new one to come out, they just really just updating themselves. Yeah. But for me, it was like, you got to really learn the iPhone. So it's just getting comfortable with it. So I think that was a big thing. Finances. I feel like it wasn't hard to find work, and a lot of my friends, I feel like we find work, but work for a pay that's really reasonable or realistic is hard. I mean, I'm from New York. I live down here now. I live in Maryland. I know New York, like the average one bedroom is like $3,600. I believe in D.C. it's $2,600 or $2,400. That's a lot of money if you don't have a college education, if you don't have any degrees. So I think we need to try to put forth programs that are, if they can't fund the people on top of what they're being paid from these little local jobs, let's try to pay them to go to school so they can learn and get the degrees so they can demand the higher income, the higher wages. I mean, I don't want to go on forever, but for me, those were two major obstacles for me. And lastly, let me just say the mental health aspect. And I think a lot of people are ashamed, but I think a lot of people don't even know. Yeah. I think, like, for me, like, I'm one of them people, like, I'm realizing it now that I think I need to talk to someone, you know what I mean? Like me and my wife, my pops, my parents, like I'm blessed to still have them, but when we talk, like that's what it's coming to for me. And I'm finally realizing it, but most of my friends that did time, more than like 5-6 years, we have anger issues. We're very bitter.
How long was you locked up, Chi?
I was sentenced to 14 years. I did 12. I think I got 6 months off. I got my associate's degree while I was locked up. So they had a few programs in New York State at the time that you could get 6 months off, like if you train the dogs, the special needs dogs, and different things. But I got my associates. I did like 3 or 4 of the things out of the 6 criteria to get the 6 months off. Like I wasn't playing. I was trying to get home. But
and how long you been home?
I've been home 11 years in August. So. But yeah, like I'm gonna close on that. But definitely the mental health issue. really just being diagnosed. Like I said, a lot of us don't even realize we have issues, or maybe we're just in denial or ashamed, but it's real.
I like that.
And that's definitely real. I'm gonna speak from a standpoint of I went to prison when I was 15, and I came out when I was 28. So I did 13 years. So going from a child to an adult and just being placed in society I can't even use the word hard, because it's a definition of hard. There's no definitions from a child to an adult and then just being an adult in society.
How old were you when you were locked up?
15. I went in when I was 15. I was sentenced as an adult for. I got sentenced to 40 years, and I ended up because of programs and certain things I created while I was incarcerated. I was able to get a sentence reduction. It got my time cut down to 20 years, and once I got on my 13th year, I was able to get parole and come home. But the things that I say was missing is resources. And what I'm not saying there's no resources there, it's just hard to find them. Like, so you saying somebody coming home that haven't been in society with the boom of the internet and social media, we're not going to automatically know to go research this program this particular way. Yeah. So I believe coming home, having a PO, I think we should have someone assigned to us like a resource manager to be able to garner the resources, particularly for me and what I'm into and what I want to do, other than just saying, I meet somebody and they're like, oh yeah, you could go down there. They help beat dudes coming home from prison. I go there, they might be talking about farming. I'm not into landscaping and things of that nature. I'm not into construction. So just really having unique ways of finding resources that fit your personality and your character. And also, like you said, the mental health aspect, because you just came from a small institution. Now you're in a world. So it's, and finances, like, if the government is able to, give, got welfare programs and things of that nature, guys coming home from prison should have some type of, I think it would be called like a stipend or something. Yeah, stipend. To be able to get on your feet. And one hardest thing that I met coming home was like the discrimination. I was never told the whole time I was locked up, I'm not gonna be able to get an apartment in my name. You feel me? And I was told like, oh yeah, when you go home, they don't have the box with the job no more asking if you're a felon, and that's incorrect. Even though they say you don't supposed to have it, it's still on there. Yeah. And I don't know if I'm supposed to tell someone it's on there or not, and then they find little ways around it. They'd be like, all right, we're not gonna ask if you're a felon, but we're gonna ask, are you on parole or probation? Have you been on or off probation for 5 years? Yeah. Have you came home in the last 10 years? And all the questions is put you in the box of, I have to say yes, I'm a felon, or I have to explain my charge and things of that nature. So I think though in the apartment thing, being able to get an apartment, and no matter if you had the money or not, once you let them know your charge, you're not getting it.
And then, because I also have a charge, I remember, applying for a job, and not only do you have to put what your charge is, you have to explain to somebody.
You have to explain it.
Yeah.
And I don't know, like a lot of people that following me on the gram, and the whole time I was touring, I was using Airbnb. So I think this was last year, so I was on my 5th, 6th year home. I was coming back from Florida, and I was getting the Airbnb. It's to the point that I told myself, I'm tired of getting an apartment at people's names. I want my own apartment. So I told myself I'm gonna do whatever I have, even if I gotta stay in the shelter until I get one. So, but actually I just used Airbnb. I stayed in Airbnb by monthly, and the same was like rent if you stayed there for 30 days. So I came back from Florida, and I got an email saying my Airbnb account was taken. Yep. So I was like, what? I never had no issues with, I don't smoke, I don't drink, I had never had no issues with Airbnb. Then to kind of find out, they said they was notified of my charge. Yeah. So I'm like, I've been home 5 years, and I've been using y'all constantly for 5 years. So, the news came to interview me. They contacted Airbnb. Airbnb sent me a pamphlet. They want me to send them my GED, programs I was in. I'm like, bro, I'm not keeping programs that my charge is over 20 years old. And I got to go back and find anger management program I did in 2006 in prison. So I told them, I was like, it's okay. I don't want y'all services no more. Wow. But just being met with that discrimination could lead you to be like, F this. I'm gonna go back and get it how I know.
Yeah.
You feel what I'm saying? So just
Definitely.
the discrimination, the housing, jobs, and resources. Like, it shouldn't be that hard for me to find a program that could help me further my life or help me help other people and things of that nature. But resources, discrimination, and also the mental health, that's super important.
Yeah, those little, like those self-employed, the Airbnb, Uber, those are just a few you can't apply for if you have a charge. I have another question for you, Mr. Elmo. We know that the solution to these challenges exists in all of us working together. What can the Prince George's County reentry ecosystem do to engage specifically returning citizens to fill those gaps?
Like, I believe an organization, government funded, should be created to be basically your secondary PO. The same way you come home and got to check in with a PO, you should be checking in with a resource manager.
Like that.
Like, soon as you come home, the PO is on your back. Like, check in, call me every week. Your resource manager should do the same exact thing. They should press you out to do good. Like, they press us out to make sure we're not doing bad. Yeah. So I think that will actually change. When I say everything, the foundation of coming home, that would change everything. Because 9 times out of 10, the guys that go back, the recidivism rate will probably be cut 90% because it's support. A lot of guys coming home, and if you've been locked up 30 plus years, 20 plus years, your mother may have passed away, grandparents, or you might not have a relationship with certain family members. So automatically your chances of survival on the street is cut in half because your support. So you gotta have that dog in your heart to be like, I'm not going back to jail. I'm gonna find everything. Yeah. And it shouldn't be that way if you actually, did your time and did, like he said, the programs you needed to do to come home, and your attitude and mindset and heart is really changed, and you could be utilized as a tool in society for the younger generation that's coming up. I think they should, the same way that the PO be on you, they should have a resource manager be on you, and should be one, however the caseload is with POs assigned to guys coming home, it should be the same way. So basically you should have 2 POs.
I like that, yeah. And, as you two were talking, I was thinking about, I say Harriet's dream, but I meant life after release. I was taking a young man to, say that again? Oh, period, both. But I was taking a young man to the courthouse for something he had got into, and it just warmed my heart to see the life after release flyer there, just saying, if you need any services, if you need anything, to call us, and for me to know this organization, they'll help you. I remember Kiana telling me about a book they'll create to present to the judge. Say it again? Social bio packet. The social bio packet, excuse me. But yeah, so huge shout out to that organization. Yes, y'all can clap, All right, so next question. So when we were in the back choosing questions, she was like, look, I want this question. My son was handcuffed to a bed, so I want to talk about this issue. So that just warmed my heart just to see her passion about just answering these questions. So when thinking about your return to the community before and after release, what services / pieces do you feel were missing to help you to transition successfully?
Thank you for that question. As a woman, one thing that I do know is that prisons weren't designed for women. So of course, with that, services aren't gender specific either. And, as she just mentioned, I gave birth to my youngest son, who is now 17, handcuffed to a bed. Just the inhumanity in that. Being sentenced, I was 191 pounds, shackled in front of a judge. My custody level is -1. I did, commit a crime, but I'm a nonviolent offender. But just the disregard and disrespect, it's overwhelming. So as it relates to the mental health, I appreciate what you two gentlemen shared, because mental health isn't just speaking with someone isn't about having a diagnosis. It's just a safe space to talk about what's going on with you. And I think a lot of times, our culture, we look at therapists, counseling, the label associated with it is that there's something wrong with us, something that we should be ashamed of. But it's about having a safe space to talk about things that are overwhelming, don't understand, just life experiences. And that's my personal experience is what influenced me to pursue social work. I had a social worker that actually saw me as an individual person. So again, just entering incarceration pregnant. I didn't know that I was pregnant. Being, they tried to associate a diagnosis of bipolar at entry because at R&D, everyone has to go through a process and speak with folks. And what is the function of that? You're going to assign a label to me based upon a time where, at that moment, I was withdrawing. So, of course, I'm saying whatever to get from in front of you to find me a corner to lie down, because I've been running for about 17 days, most likely. So I'm going to say whatever it takes to get away from, this situation. So again, in the beginning, just misdiagnosing and mislabeling folks, I think is something that, needs to be revisited. And there's always a pre-sentencing report. I'm really curious, what that data is actually used for. I graduated from high school and attended Spelman College at 16. That was a part of my pre-sentencing report. I absolutely made a mistake and ended up in prison, but however, I did not, and still to this day, I find it very curious that you gathered all of that data about me to help inform my incarceration. However, nothing about my pre-sentencing report did I see in any of the programs that were offered to me while I was incarcerated. So again, what is the function of collecting that data? And they're still collecting the data because it is a part of the sentencing. Help me to understand. Transitioning from just going to prison, -1 custody level, handcuffed. Baby is 2 weeks overdue, 2 epidurals, an emergency C-section. It took an act of God to even get the epidural because for whatever reason, I just was not believed to have been in the pain that I said I was in. So that in itself is trauma. So with regard to services, trauma informed. You're re-traumatizing. I can speak at the level of my own experience. So in that, once going to prison, there was no counseling, no therapy to talk about that experience. What it feels like to have that baby ripped from your arms. You only had 3 days. So that initial attachment and bonding occurred with someone else. So I'm sitting alone in prison without my baby.
So they only allowed you 3 days to spend with your child after
Yes.
you had, wow.
And the entire time you're handcuffed, either 1 foot, ankle, wrist, and then they do give you the choice. They want to know if you're right-handed or left-handed. Of course, when you're trying to hold your child, change the baby. No compassion. I'm not saying I didn't do anything wrong, but the dignity and respect, just as a human being. So again, where's the support specifically for a woman who has just given birth to a child and has been separated from that child, and then there's still time to go? During that particular incarceration, it was 778 days. Thank God for family, which everyone doesn't have that, to bring my child to me at the federal prison camp when he was about 6 months old. But again, that was 6 months that someone else was bonding with my child. So I'm sitting with very uncomfortable emotions that, what do you do with that? So there was nothing in place to even, a space to process that. So mental health support is very, very, it's paramount. It will make a difference. And then just coming home, well, let's stay during prison. So if you're a mother and then you have the opportunity to take parenting classes, who's informing the curriculum? I was able to absolutely learn I was able to reconnect with coloring in the lines, making cards. What I didn't know how to do was be a mother. And so there's some little simple things. Patience. Not necessarily can you teach patience, but we can talk about it. If you are providing a curriculum for parenting, this is what to expect when you get home and there's this reunification process. None of that was discussed during incarceration as a part. It was not a part of the release preparation plans. It was the general cookie cutter. Get here, get home, connect with your probation or parole officer, get a job, and get housing. There's a whole, I'm a woman with a myriad. I'm complex. I'm a mother, I'm a sister, I'm a daughter. None of that is addressed. I'm a woman who is a survivor of trauma prior to getting to prison, trauma during my incarceration. None of that was a part of that release preparation plan. And I feel like, we're constantly steered towards, again, another part of the cookie cutter plans is connect with mental health. I am anxious. I am depressed, but are you asking me why? Or are you trying to push me to a diagnosis and a prescription? So I think those are some things that we need to be more mindful about as we design additional programs, but until we can decarcerate and just do a criminal justice reform in general, we have to really understand who. It's an individualized process. You've got to stop grouping us all together. Every woman doesn't go to prison and is pregnant or has children, but if that be the situation, how best to inform that release preparation plan so that folks can absolutely be successful. My son is now 17 years old, and I still see little, residual of somebody else bonding with him and instilling, certain values in him early on, whereas that reunification process could have looked a little different, more supportive, and then just preparing me for any of that. I ended up having to embark on a custody situation because what I did not know, and I don't know how many of you do that, just because you give birth to a child, you don't automatically have custody. Wow. Somebody could actually apply for custody and you have to, they applied for custody because they just grew to love him, but I had to apply for custody. I was like, well, why is it that I need to do that? Well, because that's just how it works. So again, just educating and informing on things that, what it looks like. And just making sure that, that type of support is in place. And we have to, move away from just cookie cutter approaches to things. It has to be individualized and person-centered. Again, going back to that data that you collected on me in that pre-sentencing report. Yeah. What are you doing with it? Because you would have absolutely known that pushing me to get a job, when I went in, I already had a degree. So getting a job isn't necessarily my problem, but of course with felony background, even going to school, making sure that, in that transition, as you talk with me to learn about me and what would be best for me in my path, understanding that I had to go and share this information about my background before investing in my education, because is this a path that I can actually be successful in? Yeah. So, and I still, even with a license, I'm a licensed independent clinical social worker in both D.C. and Maryland, and every time I have to pull all of the dispositions from the criminal cases, with the, the background check. So when is it that I do not have to constantly, talk about this? I'm grateful because, my prayer is it gives someone hope that it's not where you start, it's where you finish.
Yeah.
But when do we make the path to reentry successful?
Yeah.
So those are a few of the things that my experience has informed. And my hope is, with us sharing our processes and someone in here that, I can appreciate the audience, but with this information, we share this information all the time. When is it going, where's the evidence that you're actually using this information? Because my story isn't going to change. So we need the community to change, and, what's the function of collecting all this data? Let's see some evidence of, some policy changes.
I like that, policy change. As you were talking, I was just thinking, like, what the kids really have to go through, like, when their parents are incarcerated. Like, I know it's just so tough for the youth. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
All right, so our next question is for Kurt Bone. How you doing, Kurt?
Bless.
Good. So I think that, I'll ask a different one. So it's two questions, and I'm just going back and forth. We know that the solution to these challenges exists in all of us working together. What can the Prince George's County reentry ecosystem do to engage specifically with returning citizens to fill those gaps? Or you can just,
Okay. All the panelists already spoke on the main things. Information, a person would give you resources like my man E-Class said. Also, the young lady said with the behavioral health information. Those are two key pieces, right? But I also think that when these young ladies and men coming home, as far as the 6 or 7, 9 months before they come home, start getting those resources while they're there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Also, they got a jacket, they got a visiting list. So whoever came to see them the most, somebody should be talking to that person already before they even come home.
That's
so
a
they
good idea.
they can know the game plan for them, right? Also, a lot of people that come home from incarceration, don't matter your sex, the anxiety piece is overlooked. You know what I'm saying? So you have somebody motivated and encouraged and charged up to go down to a job interview or the license in place. The people that work there got to have some type of understanding of who they dealing with, who they talking to, because that person this is a moment they never did. Before they left, they were selling crack or robbing somebody.
Yeah.
So now they got their bow tie on, they prepped up, and they really say, I'm about to change my life. And then somebody greet them and say, excuse me, can you need to get out the way. That one little moment right there changed the trajectory of his whole rest of his life.
Wow.
So both sides, government got to understand what they're dealing with. Also, you got to understand you're dealing with the people that's coming home and family, right? But they cover all the pieces. Just do extensive research on who the people is, find out what their likes and dislikes is, find out who they communicate with the most before they come home, because it's on their visiting list. You know what I'm saying? And
Gotta check that list.
And let them know where it's going at. For the sake of time, I don't want to take it up because this young lady got a lot of information, but I'll say that right there.
So we're wrapping it up. Kurt, can you give us your podcast information if anyone wants to follow up?
Yeah, podcast. The name of the podcast is Exchanging Jewels. You could go on YouTube. My channel is Kurt Bone TV, CURTBONE TV. Got a lot of good guests, especially from the DMV area. A lot of good information on there. I think you guys can learn something from there and give me some feedback as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Kurt. Yes, and we're gonna wrap it up with Doc here, so you guys know the questions, Doc. And I just want you to, just pour into us both questions. Yeah.
Hey, everybody. The first thing that I want you all to do is take a look at me. I want you to look at my energy. I want you to look at my spirit. I want you to look at my soul. That's what I want you to see. I also want everybody in here to understand that I am a wrongfully impacted person. However, I went through the same experiences that my brothers and sisters, my soldiers, went through. So I understand wholeheartedly what it feels like to be behind the wall. I know what it feels like to be beat by guards, and I'm a female. I know what it feels like to be to watch the waste of our tax-paying money in the prison system not being used for what it's supposed to be used for. I understand all of that. I understand, you know, preparing to come home, what that looks like. You know, when I came home, you know, before I left, you know, I'm the former housing chair for the state conference NAACP. I was politically hit. I saved over 800 and something black families from illegal foreclosures. And I was politically hit by the most powerful man in the state of Maryland. Okay? For saving our black families, for doing the right thing. And not to mention, I was even asked how much do I want if I would go back on the news to say Maryland did not have a foreclosure issue. I refused to not sell my people out. I could not do that, and I will not do that. Thank you.
That's right.
Thank you. But what I will do is understand the reason why I had to go through this sabbatical. The 3 years I spent behind the wall, it felt like 30 years. It felt like 30 years. And the reason why I had to go through that was because I needed to be able to help my soldiers, who's my new family, returning citizens, those are my family. The men, the women, the youth, those are my family. But I also want you to know how difficult it was for me when I came home. I came home thinking that I had all of these friends. I came home thinking I still had my home. I totally forgot that I was arrested at trial. I totally forgot, oh shit, my credit is messed up. I totally forgot about all of that stuff. I totally forgot about, you know, my business bills wasn't paid, my personal bills wasn't paid. I sat in that filthy halfway house in Washington, D.C.
Let's not talk about those halfway.
I sat in that filthy halfway house for like 60 days. I was technically homeless. People that I thought was my friends, they blocked my phone calls. I had one girlfriend who I was really close with, had her attorney send me a cease and desist. I had no place to go. My former fiance abandoned me. Women go through different things than men go through when they come home. Their women are waiting for them. That didn't happen for me. Finally, my little sister, my youngest sister, had to put a place in her name in order for me to be able to not be homeless. Nobody thinks about that. We can't get housing. They lie and say that we can. I mean, I'm considered a felon. A felon. That's what they call me, a felon. Because I tried to save my people that I love. So now guess what? I have to save the people that I love called reentry. That's my family. Last year, my nonprofit brought 7 people home from behind the wall. Do I talk about it? No. And I'm going to continue to bring people home. And then the other thing is, you know, Topeka Sam, Dr. Topeka Sam is my mentor. And I met her like 4 years ago. And we would sit on Zooms and I would just sit there and cry. I couldn't even talk. I had like 21 ways how I was going to kill myself because all the people that I left, I thought when I came back, they still loved me. I thought that they would accept me. Then it was this young woman named Kiana Johnson. And somebody gave her my phone number and said, you need to call her and connect with her. And so she called me and I'm like, what? I'm not ready to do this. I'm on 21 on how I'm going to kill myself. I'm on number 21 as I laid on my sofa for a year and a half, you know, catching up on movies and stuff. And so one day, Kiana found me at Community Family Life Services. I was at some Speakers Bureau thing, and she offered me a job as a court watcher. And I said, what's that? What is a court watcher? Now, let's be clear. I couldn't get a job nowhere else because everybody thought that when they saw my resume, I was overqualified. You know, you can't work here, she may take my job, you know, but anyway, Kiana came at the right time. I want to thank you, Kiana. Life After Release. I'm now the director. I'm now the director for Court Watch Judicial Accountability. I hold the courts accountable for what they do to our people in the courts. You know, I've sat in over 5,600 bond hearings. I've done, you know, worked with the social bio packets, Willie, and things of that nature. And then, of course, I also started my own nonprofit, which Kiana is very supportive of that. And I just want you guys to know that in the community, there are people that have gone to prison that did not deserve to be in prison. However, they get treated with the same disrespect. Nobody deserved to be disrespected, whether you did it or you didn't. No one deserves to be treated like a dog. No one deserves to be treated, you know, people, they got the stop sign, but let me tell you something. We need to change. You guys need to understand that just because we have been behind the wall, it does not make us a bad person. It probably makes us a better person.
Right.
And I want every last one of you to know that I love you, and I need you guys to love me and love my family who is returning citizens. And I need you to, thank you, King. So with that said, the King just spoke, and I'm going to say peace, unity, and love.
Let's give everyone a hand, this panel a hand, you guys. Thank you guys so much. All right, so we got to wrap this up. But you got, Life After Release, find them on Instagram. And just real quick, I remember I volunteered with them. Man, we were at the courthouse paying people bonds. I was scared as I don't know what. I'm like, y'all go hard. But yeah, again, let's get a panel a hand, you guys. And thank you guys so much.
Two. There we go. Clap it up one more time for my panelists, y'all. We got to drop the screen. I'm going away. I want y'all to see this though. Yeah, you can leave. You can leave. Somebody's phone.
Check, check, check. There we go. Check, check, check. Mo better.
What?
Green. Green needs to be hot. The green mic needs to be hot.
Two. Thanks. I'm colorblind. How y'all doing? Man, clap it up for these panels that we just had. This is definitely the fun part for me as we begin to close out and bring our keynote speaker up. We threw this in as an appreciation for some of the people that's doing the work already in our...
that's nice.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah. In this reentry space, and I wanted to take my time that we're doing this to highlight them. We just asked them to come backstage, and they looking at me crazy because they don't even know why they back there, so they probably hearing it now. So, man, as we get to go, most of y'all gonna know them. If y'all don't, please get to know them, and then we're gonna get the keynote out, and we're gonna end up closing out, all right? Next slide, because I don't remember who I had. I apologize up front. I'll let you jump as I introduce them. Yeah. I don't either. There we go.
Faith-based.
First award is our faith-based award. This award is for First Baptist Church of Glen Arden.
Everybody church. That's a church everybody go to. You been there before. You done been through there before. Lead that, let that pastor live today. I said something nice. You like, we ain't gonna have no beefing between the churches in here. Give it up for the First Baptist Church of Glen Arden, y'all. Come on.
And what I want to say about their Redeemed and Restored reentry group, there we go. I want to say that they've been doing this work so long, so often, at a pace on their own, that it almost seemed like when we started the division, we was like, we need to go talk to First Baptist Church of Glen Arden, because they've been doing the work so much. So we want to say, thank y'all so much. Hopefully, that as we continue to build, that our division can come together and say, look, we're going to need y'all support. We're going to need y'all resources. And I'm just thankful, man. And I know Mike want to say a couple words as a member of the church.
That is my home church. And I didn't rig it. But Redeemed and Restored is setting the standard for reentry ministries in Prince George's County and around the country. You don't find a lot of churches. We have prison ministries, but we don't have the ministries geared once people get home. And so it is so exciting to be partnering with Reverend Queen and his team at First Baptist Church of Glen Arden to walk this walk. That's what Jesus said. Jesus said, serve the prisoners, right? Serve the ones who are downtrodden. And so it's so exciting to be able to give this award to First Baptist Church of Glen Arden, Restored and Redeemed Ministry. So thank you guys so much. Thank you for your
Jumping out my chest. Hope I make y'all proud. Let's go.
All right.
Initially did.
I know. We wanted to give them a chance to speak, but we just ran out of time, and so we want to be mindful of you, our audience. Thank you. Who we got next?
Next slide.
Community Award.
This community award goes to Training Grounds.
Oh, yeah.
Clap it up for Training Grounds. Will my man Tom Brown please come to the front?
Oh, yeah.
So I want to say publicly, Training Grounds for the last 20 years and more been doing this work without even asking for nothing. Me, on a personal note, when I started my nonprofit, Boys to Bow Ties, Training Grounds allowed us to rent space for $1 a year. And my brother in the back would tell you, we ain't even had the money to give it. I had to borrow that $1 just to give Training Grounds. But I want to say thank you to Tom Brown and Training Grounds for continuing to do the work, putting the people first. And I'm going to pass it to Joe and Mike, and please accept the award on our behalf.
So Tom, thanks. And we are about to partner with Training Ground in the county on some new initiatives. They are one of our new grant recipients for our Hope in Action grant. And so we can't wait to partner with this new organization to the county. They've been doing the work unofficially in the county for a long time and in the district, but now we're going to make it official. So it's great to have you guys on board. Absolutely.
Picture.
Right here. Oh, Joe, what you doing, Joe?
Nah, just falling back.
I tried to commit suicide in 1995.
Wow.
And to be living this life is only Jesus.
Amen.
Hold the award up, Tom.
Okay. All right. All right.
Amen. Everyone say amen. Amen. Gonna pass this hat now. Need some ties.
Next award. Next award. This gentleman here with this Unsung Hero Award goes to Dr. Lavelle Long. Clap it up.
Yeah.
So it was hard enough to surprise this brother. If those who don't know, Please look him up. But right now, today, he has a stage play that I had to sneak him away. So shout out to his wife, Ann, for keeping it a secret and getting him here. But again, just like plenty of us that come home, we come home with thoughts and ideas of what we want to do. And you flat out did it, bro, real fast. So thank you and continue to do the work, man. I appreciate you. We need you for
Y'all
the
notice it said, hold on, y'all notice it says doctor in front of this man's name. Come on, give it up. These what new doctors look like. This is what the new doctors look like. He a doctor too. Yeah, there you go.
Come on, what you doing, Joe?
I don't be knowing where to fit. All right. Thank you.
Love you, man. Love you. Now go ahead and get your play. Go ahead to your play.
And make sure y'all go see the gigs tonight. It's sold out?
Yeah, it's sold out.
Sold out tonight. Sorry, you can't go. Should have got your
Sunday,
tickets.
We got tickets for Sunday, though. Y'all can check Lincoln Theater. I want to say this, man. I want to say thank you to this ward. My man BJ was the first person to give me a job when I came home, and I still got that job, man. I really appreciate you for that. For this type of ward, I just can't take it by myself because when I came home, I had a support system. That's what's the most important thing. So I want to shout out my wife, Angelique Long. And I want to shout out my mother for writing all those letters and getting me out the hole. So I want to thank y'all. Loda Williams, Loda Long. Love y'all.
Yes, indeed. Come
Thank
on,
you
one
so
more
much.
time, y'all.
All right, thank you so much. So this next award, this a double. So there's a gentleman in our county who most people know. Hold on, because it's a double. First of all, this gentleman has been so instrumental in helping returning citizens to rebuild their lives, to get jobs. He's done it under the auspices of Employee Prince George's, but he is a one-man show. So we didn't just give him an award, we named the award after him. So you guys are looking at the recipient, and in the shadow here is Mr. Pete Goodson. So we've named the award after you, Mr. Goodson, for all the outstanding work you've done. You are a pillar in this community. And so for those of us who hope to do this work well, Pete is the example. Commitment, dedication, energy, undying commitment to this work. And so we named the award after him. And the first ever, it's not the last, but the first Pete Goodson Award goes to my main man, Pastor Lawrence Barbour.
Everybody, Pastor.
Absolutely. Look, we're going to show it to both of you guys. And they work for the organization. Boy, you sitting there like a proud papa. Look how you sitting there so proud. So this says, RCAD Return to Citizen Summit 2023. The Pete Goodson Award for Re-Entry Champion goes to Pastor Lawrence Barbour.
And look, I want to give it up for Walter Simmons. No. And I want to do that because your leadership has made it possible for not just us, but many of us to do the work that we're doing. And I thank you as well, Jeffrey, and give him another shout out. Thank you, sir.
Oh, get the picture.
Come this way.
I gotta have a word. Yes, sir. I got to give praise to God Almighty. I thank God for His grace, His mercy, and His love. I thank Him for my wife, Margaret. She's here somewhere. All right. But I also think, as LT said, I thank God for Walter, Jeff. I can go to Pat. I can talk to Claudia. I can talk about all of those great, and D, Miss D, all of those great people. And then I'm standing on the shoulders of Bishop Wells, Reverend Felton, Carolyn Saxton, Elder Rustin. I can go in and name some others and others, but I thank God for His grace, his mercy, his love, and the opportunity that Walter gave us. That the vision that he had for where we want to go, it's been everything to me. And I never dreamed I'd be standing here to see this. But God's goodness, his mercy, his grace, and my prayer was always, the harvest is truly plenteous, but the laborers are few. We pray to the God of harvest that he'll send laborers. And look at the laborers. Look at the laborers. That God is sending for this work. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you, man, so much. Oh, wow. I thought Brother P about to give us a sermon.
I was ready.
I was too, though.
Oh, I was ready.
I was too, though.
I got a peppermint in my pocket and some cash.
So we're going to introduce, I'm going to turn it back over to BJ to introduce our keynote speaker, or Joe, whichever one. You guys are in for a treat with this one.
If you're out there, tell everybody that's out there to come in here.
Yeah.
It's about to get real.
Let's get the picture we never got the picture with First Baptist either. We're going to try to get this not try, I don't use that word. We're going to attempt to get this last picture with First Baptist. If we can't, I'm going to keep going. We get it out there. No, they out there. All right. Next slide if we can. Look, we have one of the most prominent speakers in the re-entry space, nationally, internationally, but we blessed to have him as a homegrown Prince George's, Fordsville, Suitland Ram. You understand? This gentleman here, man, Marcus Bullock, to some you may not know, he's a husband, father. He grew up to be this tech entrepreneur. He is the founder of Flickshop. Flickshop is what I call the mobile app, like I say, the Instagram to reentry. So if anybody has somebody who's behind the walls, that app allows you to take a picture right now. And for one little short dollar, you can send that picture with a little bit of notes next to it to your family behind the walls. Once that postcard comes to them, they can detach it, put the picture up as we do, but also have the memories of the words to keep for themselves. Use it, utilize it. They have a booth outside. He also has the Flickshop School of Business, where he is showing our men and women coming home how to be entrepreneurs. It's an awesome program. He's a man of many hats, but I just want to say, to me, as I know he can hear, he is my brother, he is my friend, he is my mentor, and I'm learning so much from him, man. His story is amazing. You're going to hear a piece of it, so just clap it up if you can for my man, Marcus Bullock.
What's going on, bro? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. How y'all feeling this afternoon? That's what I'm talking about. I felt like I was in church just now with call and response. I'm super excited to be able to be here this afternoon. And while I typically reserve the opportunities when I get on stage to talk about some of the strategies that I deployed when I came home from prison, I talk about some of the resources that are typically available for folks like me and some of the people in the room, even some of the families. But I think today I'm going to shift that and do something a little bit different. There's been an interesting theme that I've witnessed as I sat in a corner and I listened to some of the people who were blessed to be able to grace this stage today. And it's centered around storytelling. And I think that I will continue to leverage that same ethos as we move through the afternoon, because what I think that the interesting thing that's happening is we're allowing ourselves to be able to see each other or our families inside of the people that have been on the stage. Yeah? And I think that there's power behind that. It speaks to some very interesting ways that we can see ourselves and be introduced to what some of the possibilities are. And I want to be able to make sure that we continue to compound that because there's something very interesting inside of community. I heard one of the brothers earlier talk about that. Especially in the black community, we are kind of sort of that social sector that continues to rely on one another, lean on one another. We tell and share the stories of one another, and I enjoy being a part of that. What I'll do in order to be able to guide our time together before I start the official talk, I'm going to throw my Instagram and my Twitter on stage. And this is the part of the talk where I'm going to give you the permission to give me your divided attention. I'm going to assume that if I see you on your phone while I'm up here talking, that you either taking a pic and you tweeting about it and you tagging me in it, or you posting on Instagram. So, exactly right? I know some of y'all sending text messages, but I'm just going to assume that if I see you on your phone, then that's what you're doing. So I'm going to make sure I drop that on the screen, and it'll be through the rest of the screen. What I'll also do is I want to make sure that in order to be able to guide the conversation so that you can follow along with me with ease, I'll put some of the three things that I think that I'm going to leverage inside of this conversation. One of the things I'm going to talk about is the power of resilience. What we have to channel, the tenacious spirits that we sometimes have to dig deep and go find in order to be able to build either our own success paths or our loved ones who are either just coming home or about to come home. One of the next things I'm going to talk about is the power of storytelling and leveraging what I've seen today and what all of us have in one another. Because each one of us, has a story, but there's power in allowing others to be able to connect with us. And see, there's an interesting thing what happens when you tell stories is because you're able to create empathy with the people who you're talking to. You see, there's a difference between sympathy and empathy. Sympathy is when you feel for someone. Empathy is when you feel with someone. And I think that there's a clear distinguishment there that I want to be able to make sure that we double down on today. The last thing I want to talk about is the impact of relationships. I don't want any of you all to leave this room without being very intentional about creating a relationship with someone else in this room. There's something about social capital that will give us, all of us, the opportunity to be able to win in whatever our respective paths that we're trying to walk down where it needs. Now, you're going to have a ton of opportunities to be connected with the people who were either on the stage earlier, the folks who are out in the hallways, setting up booths and tables. These are people that I don't want you to miss out on the opportunity to be able to create a relationship with. And I'm giving you full permission to be able to walk out there and just simply introduce yourself. Hey, what's up? My name is Marcus Bullock. Notice how I was intentional about enunciating my name, Marcus Bullock. I wasn't like, yeah, what's up? My name is Marcus Bullock. Yeah, what's up? My name is Marcus. No. My name is Marcus Bullock. That's the one word. Those are two words I done said 1,000 times in my life, probably 1,000 times this year. And so make sure when you go out there and you introduce yourself to someone, say it with your chest. All right? Now, in order to be able to kind of sort of follow the path, I'm going to start from the beginning of my own original story. Now, this picture here that was taken about 3 weeks before my 15th birthday. That's my mom, my niece, and that cute little, my sister. Okay. Can you guys hear me? Okay. You heard me before? Is it okay if I don't use the handheld mic, or we need it for recording? We need it for recording? Okay. I respect it. I get it. We drive the car back to Springfield. We drive the car back to Virginia. We park the car, and what we tell ourselves is, yo, you know the best place to be able to go? We're going to go to Pentagon City Mall. So we go to Pentagon City Mall, and here's the thing. When we patted the guy down, when we told him to get out of the car and we took his wallet, we like, oh, yo, you know what? Here's the next second bright idea. We're going to take the man's credit cards, and we're going to go shopping with him at Pentagon City Mall while we waiting, and then we're going to go hop on the train, get back, catch the train at Addison Road Station, be at St. Paul Church. I'm going to be at Sunday school before my mother even know. This was the plan. So we go out. We get to the mall, we start shopping with the man's credit cards, and we swiping. I'm talking about like Dora the Explorer swiping, no swiping. Like we swiping the man credit cards, right? And when we get to one of the last stores, the lady looks at the American Express card and she's like, Mr. Wojciechowski? That's you, Mr. Wojciechowski. I'm like, yeah, that's me. She's like, okay, let me call this one in. So when they call it in, in my head, I'm thinking like, oh, they got to be calling it to be able to check in whether or not the man got money on the American Express card. And we've been running this zone up. We all at the Eddie Bauer store, at Eddie's. Some of y'all in that era where the Eddie's was. We running up. We got Eddie's. We got Jordans. I mean, we running it up, right? And so I'm like, I know the man got money on his card. And my boy looking at me like, Slim, I think they called the people. I'm like, nah, we good. So we hang around for a little bit more. The security guard is getting closer and closer and closer and closer. We in the Macy's, y'all know the Pentagon City Mall. We in the Macy's in the men's department right beside the exit. And so we tell ourselves, when the security guard gets really close, yeah, I think they calling for us. So now we drop the bags and we start beating our feet. We out. We running. I'm talking about we running around Macy's. We run around the little shopping center, the apartment buildings right there. We run over there. We cross over the highway. We still running from the people. When we hit, now it was like, all right, look, check this out. We probably should get our story together. When we get across the highway and we get into a big parking lot, we don't realize that while we're running from the police, we end up at the actual Pentagon building. We running from the police to the police. We get in front of the Pentagon building. Of course, they swarm us. They throw us on the ground. And that was the beginning of the end. Now, it's interesting because I'm 15, right? And I'm going in front of the judge. And, you know, I'm going to schooling. I'm proud. I'm like, yeah, you know, I'm in all these types of honors class. I don't know any of these new vocabulary words that I'm learning now. And when I'm going to court, pre-sentencing report, arraignment, consecutive versus concurrent. All these are new vocabulary words I was just in earth science class. They were just using words like anthropomorphism. This was our old vocabulary words. So now I'm in a jail, right? And it's crazy because when I'm going to sentencing, real talk, at my sentencing, I stopped the judge in the middle of the sentence and I'm like, Your Honor, I got a question. He like, hold up, young man. I need to impose a sentence. They end up sentencing me to 8 years in adult maximum securities. I'm 15 years old. In fact, not only am I 15 years old, but I'm 15 years old and I'm the starting shooting guard on a JV team that's about to get bumped up to varsity. I stop court and I tell the judge, I'm like, Your Honor, check this out. So I get it, I got 8 years, but I just got bumped up to varsity and we about to play Sherwood in the state championships. I'm going to go ahead and go to the state championship and we'll come back and revisit this whole carjacking thing later. The judge looks at me in complete confusion. He's like, young man, clearly you don't understand the magnitude of what's happening here today. So I'm going to remand you back over to the sheriff and allow for your lawyers to explain to you what's going on. Now, when he takes me back in the back, I'm like, all right, cool. I ain't really tripping. You know what I mean? My mom was out there and my lawyer was out there. Like, they'll call in the prosecutor something. They'll figure it out. You know what I mean? Like, I'll be able to get out. I got about 2 weeks. By the way, my girlfriend just promised me she was going to buy me a brand new Kenneth Cole t-shirt that I was going to kill him with when I came back to school. There was no way they was going to keep me here through that. I mean, we got homecoming coming up. Christmas is about to hit again. I'm like, there's no way they're going to keep me through here. And I called my mom, and my mom is beginning to emote. She's like crying. She's like, Marcus, are you okay? Talk to me about what you're going through mentally. How were you able to move through this? And I'm listening to her. I'm like, what you tripping off of, Ma? You know they going to let me out. Look, I'll be home before Christmas. Christmas came and went. Yo, Ma, you know, I don't know what tripping. You know they going to let me out before New Year's. New Year's came and went. Ma, I mean, Valentine's Day, I mean, come on. Valentine's Day came and went. Easter, Ma, you about to give me that fresh Easter suit. You know what I mean? I'm about to kill him when I go back. You know, Easter came and went. And it was interesting that I didn't realize that I was actually going to have to serve all this time. My brain couldn't really register what was really happening. This is the next family photo that I took with my mom. And this time it was taken in the prison visiting room. It was a couple of years in when I would be walking around the prison rec yard with my boy Danny B. And Danny B, he was in his mid-50s. And now I'm like 17 years old, right? And I've been in for prison for 2 years. So I'm a vet. Like, I done 2 years. I done a whole bit. Y'all don't know, you know, I does this prison thing. That's what I got my store box jumping. I got my 2-for-1s popping. I got some of y'all know what I mean when I say that. And like, this is what I do. And it's interesting because I look down at Danny B. and I'm like, yo, Danny, like, how long you been here? He's in his mid-50s, right? You know, you 17, your best friend in their mid-50s, only in prison. And I'm like, yo, bruh, how long you been here? And Danny B's like, I've been here for 31 years. Now, when Danny B tells me he's been in there for 31 years, my heart dropped to my toes. My palms start sweating. I'm walking around in that rec yard track, my knees jive like buckling. I'm like, oh, snap. Because now I know if they would keep Danny B in there for 31, clearly they're going to hold me in there for all 8 of mine. Even though I got sentenced 2 years prior, that day when I was walking around the rec yard with Danny B is the real day I got sentenced. It was interesting because I went from being that playful dude on the rec yard. I mean, I'm legit. This is real talk, y'all. I'm legit on a housing unit. I tap somebody in their shoulder and run, but like, you can't catch me. I'm legit playing tag on the housing unit. This how young I am. And I couldn't understand why everybody calling me young blood, and they like, yo, young blood is all this Joe tripping, he wildin'. I went from being that interesting kid on the rec yard to now I'm angry. Now I'm mad. Now I'm beefing. I'm beefing with everybody. The anger and the depression and the hopelessness immediately started setting in while I'm walking around that rec yard. All this happened in a matter of seconds, and now I'm the guy that I want to rumble with everybody. I'm mad at my lawyer. I'm mad at the prosecutor. I'm mad at the judge. I'm mad at the COs. I'm mad at the warden. I'm mad at my mother. I'm mad at me. I'm mad at God. I couldn't believe that the same God I've been praying to, I'm talking about for years and years and years, is the same one that would allow for me to be on the rec yard hoping and praying that he'll pop them gates for me. Years and years to go by, and it was interesting that I would call home and I told my mom, I'm like, yeah, look, Mom, I don't even want you to come and visit me no more. Don't come visit me no more. I'm not going to call you no more. Don't write me any letters. Let that get by you. Look, check this out. I'm the one that carjacked dude. I'm the one that got that time. I don't want you coming in this visiting room. They patting you down. They putting their hands all up under your bra. They telling you can't wear an underwire bra, so you got to run all the way to Walmart to go change your clothes because what you got on is too tight. All these things that you going through, I don't want you to have to go through this anymore. I did the time. Leave me alone. Let me die in prison. Matter of fact, right now, Richmond beefing with D.C., and I know I got to walk around a rec yard with a lawnmower blade taped to my leg, and I don't want to be that one where you have to call and now have to grapple with the thought of either your son running his time up and to get another 25, 35, 40 years because of a beef, or the fact that I'm going to be the one that's going to get stabbed up, and now you got to pay $500 for my body in order, and now you start grieving. Mom, start grieving for me now. Let me go. Don't come see me no more. This will be the last time we talk. I love you so much. You have 60 seconds remaining on this call. Ma, check this out. I love you. Talk to you later. I hang up. That very next weekend, they called me for a visit. They called me for a visit. I'm like, well, who could possibly be coming to see me? Because I just told my mother's the only one to come visit me, and other people come along with my mom. So who could be calling me? I walk into the visiting room, and who I see sitting at that little round table? Mom Dukes. So I look at her and I'm like, Ma, didn't we have this conversation? I mean, I was there when we had it, so I know we had the conversation. Why are you still here visiting me? Ma, I told you to let me go. Start grieving for me now, Ma. Don't come down here no more. I don't want this anymore. And my mom, she's like, Marcus, sit down for a second. I sit down, and she says to me, Boy, don't you ever call me with no foolish like this. If you lost your mind, you calling me some nonsense talking about something. Boy, let me tell you, I don't care where you are. I will go upside your head right here in this visiting room. I'm a mess around to be here with you. Don't mess around. Don't call me with this. I am your mother. I love you. There's nothing that you can do to push me away from you. You cannot out-criminalize my love for you. There's nothing. Stop it. Don't you ever do it again. You call me with the nonsense again, Marcus. I'm like, dang, why you so aggressive, Ma? You coming to shit? And it's crazy because I'm telling her, I'm like, Ma, I get what you're saying, and I know you want to love on me. I know you want to be there for me. And, you know, you can't outstop a mother's love, right? But I'm telling her, I'm like, look, when you go out of that door, at them double doors, and you roll your window down, your breeze going to be blowing through your head and all the things, I'm going to have to go through that double door. And guess what the first person that CEO right there going to tell me? He going to tell me strip naked and squat and cough. This is my new life, Mom, and I need you to understand that, and I need you to know that nothing you can do can prevent that. I'm in here for these next 6 years. I got to do all this time, day for day, Mom. This is what it is. My mom says, listen, Paul, stop. Marcus, I need you to understand that there's still life after prison. I need you to understand there's still hope after this, and I want to make sure that I'm there to provide the empathy that you're going to need in order to continue to push through this, because there's something that's waiting on the other side of you. And I'm like, Mom, I don't really, she's like, you don't have to get it. You don't have to see it right now. Matter of fact, I'm going to help you see it. I'm going to make a promise to you today. I'm going to write you a letter, or I'm going to send you a picture every day from this day forward until you come home, just so you can see the world through my lens. And I'm like, so you trying to tell me you about to send me a bunch of Polaroids or something? They're about to change something? And she's like, Marcus, no. You're going to see the world through my lens, and I want you to know that there's hope on the other side of this. I'm like, yeah, all right, Mom, cool beans, whatever. I go back to the housing unit. I'm in my cell. And it's crazy because the next couple of days I'm starting to get this mail, right? And it's my mom. I always thought it like BJ said, my mom was Instagram before Instagram. She's sending me all types of pictures. Ma Duke's taking pictures of cheeseburger at her office on her desk with a long 4-page letter. Marcus, one day you're going to enjoy your fat, juicy burger when you come home. She's taking a picture of a mattress in a department store, still at the store, with a long letter. Marcus, one day you're going to sleep on a pillow top mattress when you come home. And it was interesting because now my mom, she's feeding us all this new content, because if you've ever lived in a cell, one thing you know, that mail call means everything. Mail call means everything, right? And what happens now, because a lot of people not getting mail, now all my boys, they living vicariously through my mail, so now they all in the wing. Hey, yo, Smoke, what's up? Your mom sent you that letter? Yo, did your sister pass the GED? Yo, what's going on, whatever? And like, real talk, my mother would send me pictures. My nieces out there in the lobby, right? My mother would take, you know, my sister and all, and they'd be going to King's Dominion, and hit my mom with the one-time use 24 exposure cameras that you can take to Walgreens, CVS, and go get it developed. And she taking pictures of like my nieces and nephews eating funnel cake while they standing on the line for the Shockwave roller coaster. Some of y'all remember the Shockwave. And here all my boys go, they interject. If you ain't never seen a dude in the day room argue over the most craziest stuff, because now I'm taking my pictures out, and I'm like, yeah, my niece saw that Joe eating funnel cake, and they're like, oh, she got the strawberries on the funnel cake. And when he go another dude on the other side of it, right? Nah, Slim, you gotta put the cherries on the funnel cake. Y'all don't know nothing about the cherries. You put some chocolate on the side. Here's some random guy in the back. Nah, you gotta put some apricot. I'm like, apricot? Bro, you been in here for 20 years with me. When the last time you had apricot? My mom is giving us all this new, fresh content, and I couldn't believe what she was creating, but not only between her and I, but entire prison unit. In fact, she would tell a story often about how the first time she realized that I was sharing my pictures with my boys, she all in the visiting room, they walk in the visiting room, hey, Miss Bullock, how you doing? She like, how they know me? I don't know them people like that. Hey, Miss Bullock, did you get your washing machine and dryer fixed? They're like, golly, Marcus, how do you know my... Mom, one dude used to work at Kenmore. The other guy talking about Maytag was better. It was an argument in the day room. You just go with it. Okay, I'm working on it. It's a lint trap issue. We working on it. And now my mom is providing us all this content, and it would happen literally for the next 6 years of my prison sentence. She would send me this mail, and while I was really prepared to come home, I thought I never knew that what my mom was building was a space for me to be able to see the world that was waiting for me with anticipation, allowing me to be able to come home and need to succeed. I couldn't just want to succeed anymore. I needed to succeed. I saw the people who were invested inside of my future, invested inside of my life in a meaningful way, in a space, in an environment that's hopeless, and ain't nobody really betting on you like that. It was crazy because while I came home and I knew that I wanted to come home and be successful, I didn't realize that the very first thing that I would want to have to try to create was an opportunity to be able to prove to my mother, my family, myself, that I was actually a valuable member of the community, and I wanted to prove it to them. So the first thing I do, I go out, I'm like, yo, you know what? Mom, thanks you for letting me stay at your house. I ain't got to worry about paying no bills. You got the groceries, good looking, appreciate you, because I'm about, like Lamont said earlier, I'm about to crush everything in the freezer. And I had to go out and I had to start filling out job applications. Now, it was interesting filling out job applications because while I was in prison, I knew that there were going to be some challenges in finding employment, but I couldn't predict that it would be 41 job applications that I would have to answer that magical question that's sent looming on everyone: have you ever been convicted of a felony? Now, I had to check yes because I knew that they would find out, or they would do the background check that would allow them to be able to, see what my past was. But it would be interesting because it would be the 42nd job application that would ask me the same question, but then they would ask it in a different way. This time they asked me, have you been convicted of a felony, within the last 7 years? Now, I just done an 8-year prison sentence. So I'm like, no, I have not been convicted of a felony within the last 7 years. Wait a minute, y'all hire felons in here? Is people with felony convictions applying for jobs? What did they do? Oh my goodness. I have not been convicted of a felony within the last 7 years. And it was interesting because this was my first job, my first real job coming home, and it was at a paint store that would give me my first opportunity. Now, I'm super excited about that job. In fact, everybody in the paint store knew I was excited about that job because I'm coming to work for everybody. I'm in that job. I'm psyched. I mean, you ever seen somebody mix paint when you going to go buy paint, to go paint your living room? I'm that guy. I'm mixing paint. I'm like, oh, dancing. Hey, I'm about to kill her today. How you doing, Miss Johnson? What's going on? I see you back there. I got you, homeboy. How did that project go? You paint? And everybody looking at me like, yo, bro, why are you so excited to mix paint? I'm like, young Slim, you don't realize I've been dreaming about this since I was back in CLC 12. I got an opportunity to be able to mix this paint. I'm doing my thing. And it was always interesting when women would come into the paint store because, women being friendly and they being friendly, like, hey, how you doing? When you just came home from doing almost a decade in prison and a woman's being friendly to you, it's almost hard not to think that she don't want you. So you walking in, you like, oh, everybody want me. How you doing? What's up, Miss Johnson? How you doing? What's going on? What you about to paint with this? Oh, you about to paint your kitchen? For real? You cook fettuccine Alfredo in your kitchen? You like Parmesan or you like mozzarella in the drink? Here go my boys in the back. Bruh, sell the paint, bruh. Sell the paint. She don't want you, bruh. She's just being nice. She's saying good morning. That's all she said was good morning. Sell the paint. Now, I'm super excited. But it was interesting what I would see over time because I would notice that while we were walking into this new pending recession, it was like around 2005, 2006, 7, 8, and like there was this housing crisis that people were talking about, and they were laying off folks at jobs. Construction workers were nervous about finding employment. And the Miss Johnsons of the world, they looking at me like, yo, bro, you literally the most happy-go-lucky person I've ever seen mixing paint. I'm curious, how much do you charge to paint my kitchen? I'm like, well, Miss Johnson, we don't paint kitchens here. I'm about to sell you this midnight blue ice so you can paint your own kitchen. And the painters will come in and they're like, yo, it's tough out here. It's no work. I can't find work. I'm like, what are you talking about? The Miss Johnsons of the world. And the light bulb goes off. I see my first real opportunity. I started a painting business that connects the Miss Johnsons of the world to the painters of the world. And now I'm brokering projects while I'm sitting at the paint store. Real talk. You don't have to clap. I was just being a hustler. I learned this doing 2-for-1s back when I was in prison. The interesting thing is, now I'm telling Ms. Johnson, I'm like, oh, Ms. Johnson, look, the market price to paint your kitchen is $250. I can paint it for $250. I'm going straight to the painters. Hey, look, bruh, check this out. I know you got this job. You do that during the daytime. You come midnight work for me. I need you to paint Ms. Johnson's kitchen for me for $200. I know market price is $250, but look, program my number in your phone as money bags. We ain't friends. If I call you, it's about a bag. You get Ms. Johnson get her kitchen painted for $250. The painter do it for $200. I get my $50. Everybody wins. We continue to do this all around to every customer. In fact, customers will come into the store, and here go my team members. Hey, I can help you over here. They're like, no, that's okay. I'll wait for Marcus. I'm good. They like, yo, I'm about to go get my whole basement painted messing around with Marcus. Painters will come into the paint store and they're like, hey, I can help you with it. Nah, I'm good. I'm about to go catch that bag messing around with Marcus. And I'm growing this painting business until one day I decided to venture out on my own. I quit that job at the painting store. About a year and a half later, I landed on a project that would change my life. Someone reaches out to me and says, Marcus, we see that you own this painting business. Are you MBE certified? And I look at him like, yes, I am MBE certified. What is MBE certified? And they're like, Marcus, well, do you know how to do you read architectural plans, because I need you to respond to this RFP by the end of the week? Yes, I can respond back to that RFP by the end of the week. What is an RFP? And it's interesting because this painting project would be the one that would change everything for us. It was a painting project to paint BWI Airport, y'all. I landed a contract, a 3-year contract with a 2-year option to be able to paint BWI Airport. And for those that don't know, MBE stands for Minority Business Enterprise, which means that as a black business owner, any state contract that comes out, they have to give preferred access to that contract to at least 25% of the people who are minorities if they have this certification. So that means that if they paint baggage claim B1 through B12, they got to give me 25% of that $80,000 contract. If they paint in the Delta headquarters in the back of the airport, they got to give me 25% of this $150,000 contract. I'm legit sitting in my new apartment on the 3rd floor with 3 bedrooms. It's only me. I don't know why I had a 3rd bedroom apartment. Let's have a class about not wasting money when you make it. Anyway, I'm in this apartment, and I couldn't believe I'm literally looking at my phone. I'm looking at this money that's coming into my bank account, and I'm legit feeling, I'm like, yo, the Fed's about to kick my door in at any minute. This can't be legal. This is, are y'all serious? They paying me for this? This is all I'm doing is brokering projects. And it was interesting because I couldn't even walk on the job site at my own project because of my felony conviction. That's a whole nother story about how I went to the Homeland Security office and tried to get a security badge, and they did that little thumb roll. As soon as they did that thumb roll on that fingerprint machine, I was like, oh, this ain't gonna go well. They end up declining my access to the Homeland Security to be able to paint on a project that I own. I actually had to hire someone to come and work on my company just so they can escort me around, because you can escort up to 2 people on 1 badge if you don't have a felony conviction. It's somebody literally I'm paying them just to show up and escort the president of the painting business around the airport. And I'm growing this company. I'm talking about, I can't believe it, I'm living my best life. I'm living my best life. I'm living my best life, right? I'm traveling the world, and my same friends who were in prison with me, they hit me up and they're like, yo, bro, do you not remember when your mother was writing you letters and sending you pictures? You all out in Spain. What in the world is in Madrid? Young, you in Bahamas, bro. You ain't see me. I'm like, yo, bro, you got to see this, yo. The jet skis, you can look down at the water, see the fish. It's crazy. They're like, bro, you ain't sent me one picture of none of it. You don't remember what mail call means now that you out there? And I felt horrible. So we took a bunch of cash out of that construction business, and then we built what's now called Flickshop. Flickshop is the mobile app that allows our users the ability to take a picture, add some quick text, press send, and for 99 cents, we print that picture and text on a real tangible postcard, and we ship it to any person in any cell anywhere in the country. Thank you. And it was a tremendous blessing because now I'm sending my boys pictures every day of all of the things that I could dream of, and they're living life vicariously through me at every step of the way. Now I'm feeling the need to be able to succeed when they come home, but I couldn't imagine that over the years we will go on to connect over 180,000 families around the country. Now, I feel extremely blessed to be able to help work to connect our families. And it's really, really important to be able to do that because, like I said, mail call means everything. And in fact, we partner with the state today to make sure that people around the county that were arrested here are going to receive anonymous postcards from so many of you that are taking postcards in the lobby that is being ran by my mother and my niece, who now work on my team to be able to help us support families all around the country. And I'm super grateful for it. Thank you so much, Mike. I really appreciate you guys and believing in this. Now, we're really even excited to go on to create what we call the Flick Shop neighborhood that allows so many of our resource providers, our second chance employers, our educational teams who are being thoughtful about wanting to connect with people, especially past COVID when they couldn't go back into the prisons and actually present their courses or deliver their content. And they're leveraging our platform, creating a coalition of people that are getting content, resources. We talk about getting stuff back to people in prison. Like, yo, look, let's catch them well before they come home so they know that y'all exist well before they come, knowing when they come home exactly where they're going, what they're going to do, who's hiring, and know exactly the addresses to go to well before they walk out of those doors. You see, this is how we reduce recidivism. It happens in rooms like this with convenings that allow for all of us to be able to bring our communal resources and with a very big, massive goal of reducing recidivism with our saying we want to see it go by half within the next 5 years, and we have the technology, the data, and the access to be able to do that. I can't wait to continue to see what we do, and I wanted to be able to make sure that I put this on the board, because one of the things I'm always quoted with saying all the time is you can't outwork relationships. It's my relationships with some of the people in the room that got me to have the ability to be able to be on this stage today. It's some of the people in the room that allowed us to be able to learn from them as we continue to build our platform. It's some of the people in the room today, or that should be in the room, that are going to be leveraging our platform to send tons of content back to people that are in these cells. And I want to make sure that everyone else that came out of them cells that had an inmate number like I did, mine was 247384. If you ever had one, I guarantee you still know about heart just like I do. If you ever had one, let me tell you something. You cannot outwork relationships. I don't care how hard you work. I don't care how many late nights you spend. I don't care how many emails you send. One conversation in a hallway and maybe a lunch toasting over some salmon at a restaurant will get you a lot further than you thinking that you can do it on your own. It's an intentional pregnant pause because some of y'all missed this. Some of y'all missed. I'm going to run that back. I'm going to spin the block on that one. Look, check this out. There's no way that you can do it on your own. It takes the collaborations. It takes our partnerships. It takes our entire community to take this monster, huge bite out of a massive elephant, especially if we want to be able to see recidivism reduce. In fact, we've gone on because we knew that we needed community in order to be able to continue to build our platform. We went on to build out another project that we call the Flick Shop Angels Project. It allows our community members who may not have a loved one who's incarcerated or just want to be able to see the success of someone sitting in those cells to be able to have the connection back with their family as well. And so our Flick Shop Angels are the ones who can purchase Flick Shop credits, $20, $40, $60, that we give to children with incarcerated parents so that they can send as many funny face selfies to their mom or dad completely for free. I'll tell you, I mean, we all have heard of the term the prison industrial complex, and there are some very predatory companies out there that are preying on families because they know they have them in a captive situation, and there are only certain kinds of technologies that they can leverage in order to stay connected to their loved one. So we're asking ourselves, how can we do it in a very affordable way to ensure that not only can we build a sustainable business that can continue to grow on and can figure out how to build more solutions that we can deliver back to people in these cells, but how can we do it and democratize communications, forcing everyone else in this industry to lower their prices so that we all can have different ways to communicate with their loved ones. Now, I'm super excited to be one singular data point for what it looks like to have success after prison. But one of the things I'll leave you with is saying this. It's a lot of the befores in the room today. I'm the after. Who are you investing in when you leave out of this room? Thank y'all so much. Appreciate you.
Man, I told y'all, man, my man Marcus is he know this is what I call him dope. I call him dope because he dope. Man, so I'm excited that he was able to bless us with the closeout for keynote. I got some short words, and then I want to make sure that everybody is able to eat. And before we even get there, once you exit this way to get to the food. So this way for the food. I see a lot of friendly faces out there that I'm good to see. In closing, of course, I want to thank County Executive Angela Alsobrooks, Employee Prince George's, Walter Simmons, Community College, JD, if he's still around here, thank you so much. MCN Build, Mid-Atlantic, for sponsoring us, being able to get some of these extras that you see around here. That's with my man Rick Mumford and every person that's backstage a part of putting this thing together. The team was amazing. It was a lot of work, but we got it done. Shout out to the Honorable at-large County Counsel, Calvin Hawkins. Our division would not be able to be here if it wasn't for the work that brother put in with the Reentry Advisory Board. For clap it up for him. The only reason he's not here because he's at a funeral, but he has his liaison, Eddie Mathis, over here. So I want to say thank you, Eddie. For those who don't know, the work you do don't get missed. So thank you, and please pass that thank you to Calvin Hawkins, because again, we wouldn't be able to be here without that. The entire team backstage, my colleague, Mike Williams, to the right, he might get on the mic, he might not, depending on how I end this, because I know how he think. But it's been a tough one, and we're going to continue to push with this division. So challenge me and Mike. If you see something not right, we got tough skin. If you see something that we need to add, tell us to add it. Just be a little patient, because everything you give ain't the right answer either. But we definitely going to be open ears to try to put things together. So if nobody told y'all today, I want to say thank you, and I love you, and I appreciate you. And I'm going to let Mike say something, then I got one last 5 seconds after he speak, if he chooses to speak.
So I told the team, is it still on? I told the team earlier, the volunteer team, that this would not have been possible without the hard work, dedication, creativity of my colleague and friend, BJ Page. And so I just wanted to acknowledge him publicly. Please give him a round of applause for his work. And not only was BJ instrumental in putting this together, but this is his life's work. And so he puts his all into this each and every day. And so I can't express enough gratitude for him for that. And then I also want to thank all of you. You guys showed up. Some of you have been here since this morning, and you hung in there with us all day. And there's nothing I can say to express my level of appreciation for you for that. And then the other thing, and finally, please go back there and grab some food so we don't have to take it out of here with us. It's a joy. We got sardines, it's chicken, it's salmon, and it's like a vegetarian lasagna dish for those of you who are plant-based eaters. So please make sure you go and enjoy, and then have a wonderful afternoon. BJ?
All right, last words. All of our contact information is there. If you receive the program is in there as well. And I'm not doing this for clout. I'm not doing this for no other reason other than acknowledgement. I want to say love on your family, love the people close to you, and I want to say rest in peace to my sister, Tiffany Page. So thank y'all so much. Please go eat. Please go eat. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Let's stay connected. Appreciate you. Shout out to my wife, Meek Meek. Y'all have a great day. And every panelist and moderator is going to be in the food area to answer any questions, because I wanted to respect the time of the stage. Thank y'all so much.